stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are doing our continued coverage of all of the documents and information that was sent out to All Eyes. Thank you, All Eyes. Yay. And we have, I think we have 9 depositions left. So today we are covering the deposition of Rod Abrams, who is Johnny Messer's ex, and Professor Jeffrey Turco. And then we have another couple of lives set up so that we could do the remaining depositions. And then we're going to start digging into some of the meat and potatoes of what else was released in all these volumes of exhibits. So today we're going to start off. I'm just kind of just get into it because we want to be able to get through so much, as much as we possibly can in a efficient amount of time. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Rod Abrams, Second Chin, for showing up for your deposition today. I appreciate you being here.
You're welcome. He looks very intense.
He does. He looks very, very intense. This one shouldn't take too long. So, hi, everybody in chat. I won't be able to say hi to everybody individually, but I love you all. Thank you guys for being here. We are going to get started. Let me share my screen. No, Taylor Hornaday is Messer's ex.
I think you cut out because.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think you did because it kind of sounded like that for me too, but I thought it was me. So.
Oh, yeah, I must have cut out. Okay, so we're doing Rod Abrams, Taylor Hornaday, who is Johnny Messer's ex, and Professor Jeffrey Turco.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that didn't cut out. Yeah, did I say that
No,
wrong?
I heard
you know
it all.
what? I don't put anything past anybody. Let's just say that. Okay, so this is the deposition of Rod Abrams that took place on April 19th at 1 p.m. And just into one, I will tell you guys, when it switches and who the attorney is. So, but it's also up on the screen. So you guys can kind of pay attention because obviously it's still just me. I'm the attorney, Criminality Esquire. Okay, so Rod Abrams, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. State your name for the record, sir.
My name is Rod Abrams.
How do you spell your last name?
Abrams.
I guess Rod would be Rod, R-O-D.
Yeah.
Pretty easy there. Have you ever done something like this, like a deposition?
I've never done nothing like this, but I have talked to people a few times.
Like lawyers or something?
Well, talked to the FBI over everything, and they done some recordings.
Okay, I'll ask you about that in a second. This is a little bit different. This is me asking you questions. The main thing, man, I ask you yes or no, and you can answer yes or no. You have to say yes or no instead of shaking your head because she's writing down what you say. And if you do this or this, indicating shaking his head, she can't really write a head shake down. or and uh-huh. A lot of people do that because I don't know how to spell that, and I don't know that she does either. So I might say, is that a yes or a no? The last thing is I'll try not to talk over you, and you try to not talk over me, because it stinks for her when she has to decipher who's saying what, okay? Is that fair?
Yep.
And rule number one really is just to tell the truth. That's the most important thing, because you are under oath and subject to penalties for perjury if you don't tell the truth, all right?
Yeah.
All right, good. Well, let's start with that. If anything, what if anything did you do to prepare for your deposition today?
Nothing.
Damn, he didn't even shower. Did you talk to anybody?
No.
Did you talk to Ned?
No.
So you and Ned never talked about what's going to happen in here.
No.
Have you and Ned ever talked about any of this business involving Delphi?
No.
Did you ever talk to Elvis about this?
No.
Joyce?
No.
Mary?
No.
A minute ago, you said you had talked to the police in the past. You said a second ago about the Delphi murder case and why they were down here in Rushville. Do you remember talking to the police about that kind of thing?
Yes.
Tell me about what you remember. Where were you? When did it happen? That kind of stuff.
Well, I was staying down in Connorsville at the time, and they came to me asking me if I know anything about it. And I said, no, I do not know nothing about it. I said, when that was all brought up, I just watched it on TV or seen what they was posting on TV.
How many times did you talk to the police that you know of?
Twice.
Were both of them in Connorsville?
Yes.
And was it like at the Connorsville police station?
No, they came to the residence where I was staying.
Both times?
Both times.
Do you know if they were videotaping or audio taping?
I don't know. They just started asking me questions, and I just tell them what I
Like, tell me what you knew.
tell them what I knew.
Okay, very good.
Don't know nothing about it. Never been to Delphi.
Do you remember where you were on February 13th of 2017 when the girls were abducted?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was at the Muncie Hospital with Ned Smith because his cousin was in there in the hospital. We went up there to see him, and he's like family to me, and I want to pay my respect to him for that.
Who is that?
His name would have been George Stanley.
George Stanley. Okay. And you remember for sure that on February 13th of 2017, you were with Ned Smith and visiting with George Stanley.
Yes, I do.
Was there anybody else there with you?
Elvis was there too.
Anybody else?
At the time, it was just us three till his wife walked in. Then after she walked in, we left because we had to go give an estimate.
So after that, you went and gave an estimate?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
No, I sure don't.
Well, how do you remember that was February the 13th of 2017 that you were up visiting this man in the Muncie hospital?
Cause when they was talking about the Delphi murders, it came up on the scene of the TV, and we were just like, wow, that's bad for someone to do that.
But the police didn't talk to you until months and months and months later, maybe over a year later.
Yes.
But even a year, 18 months, however long it was when the FBI or whoever it was, police, talked to you, you remembered, oh, I remember that back on February 13th of 2017, when those girls were killed, I was in Muncie?
Yes.
What were you doing on February the 10th of that year? Do you remember, of 2017?
I'm going to say I probably was over there where I was living at, working on lawnmowers.
What about February the 14th, the day after the girls were abducted, the day they were found murdered? Do you remember where you were on that day?
Yes. Me and Ned and Elvis went to go do a seal job that we had to go do.
Where was that?
It was there in Muncie.
So you went back up to Muncie on the 14th?
Yeah.
So you went up on the 13th of February 2017, came back down, and then drove back up on the 14th.
Yeah, because we had to come back and get the equipment.
Where was that? Where was the job?
In Muncie.
Do you remember where?
Not exactly. I'm not familiar with streets.
Was it a business or a residence?
It was a residence.
I'm going to ask you the same questions that I've asked lots of people. Before I do that, I don't want to forget. Elvis forgot to bring his subpoena, so will you bring that to him? I'm going to give you this subpoena with your name on it, handwritten for trial. I don't know, Rod, that you're gonna ever testify at trial. I just don't know that. But in case we need you to, or the prosecutor needs you to, we're going to give you this subpoena, kind of like the one you got to get you here today. I'm going to handwrite your name at the top, and I'm going to hand that to you. If you read the instructions here, there's a number here, and you can call that number, and they will tell you where and when you're going to go. Right now, Rod, you have to be there May the 20th at 9 a.m. If you don't show up, then we're going to ask that you be arrested. I don't think that's going to happen, but here's the thing. You're not released from the subpoena until we tell you that you're released from it. So if you don't show up, that's a problem. However, I also want you to know, because trials are real hard to know when things happen, it's kind of a guessing game. We think it's probably not going to be on May 20th, so probably we will call you or you will call us. Would you be willing to give me your number so that we can call you and call you off?
Yes, I will.
Tell me the number. Okay, so they, again, don't redact the number, but why would somebody highlight it? Because people are saying that Nick did all this highlighting, and I'm trying to figure out why Nick would be highlighting his phone number. Okay. You can call us and say, hey, do I have to be up there on May the 20th? Or we will call you and say, you don't have to be up there. But if you don't hear from us, then you should call, because I don't want you to drive up there and then nothing happen. And then I'll also be sending you a check for your gas money up there, and you get a $5 fee too, because it's a little bit of a burden for you, and I don't want you to be burdened. Okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
He says, why would he have seen the TV on the 13th and thought that was bad, what was done to the girl? That's what I'm wondering. Like,
Right.
Does anybody ever check the records for the 14th? Like, this is like really easy to figure out. Like, why aren't we looking at the 14th for these guys being up there? If he's saying like on TV, like this should have all been done by, this should all be in like Todd Click's and Kevin Murphy's and Ferency's reports. They should have all of that already.
Well, they already found out. They already confirmed that they were not at the hospital on the 13th. So
on the 13th, but that's what I'm saying. But if he's seeing it on the news, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe somebody did that to those girls, that would be the 14th.
yeah, but
So,
that would still leave them without an alibi.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, we would know that it's actually the 14th and not the 13th.
They may know. Well, then again, maybe they won't, because could you see them like him arguing with them? Like, well, they do get into, he does like try to clarify this at one point, like ask kind of that particular question, like what times you were there and stuff. And if that's the time you were there, how would you know anything about it? Like kind of thing.
Right. Because there's nothing on the news until later on the 13th.
Right. Like nighttime.
Yeah.
Dark.
Okay. So do you know the following people? I've asked this to everybody. Some of it you're going to laugh at because I know that you know them, but others I don't know if you know them or not. Do you know Elvis Fields?
Yes.
Do you know Ned Smith?
Yes.
Do you know somebody named Taylor Hornaday?
No.
Johnny Messer?
No.
Do you know a guy named Josh Harrison?
No.
Peter Dunn?
No.
Benny Cameron?
No.
Matt Busberg?
No.
Douglas Hunt?
No.
Ed Hunt?
No.
Douglas Ed Hunt?
No.
Larry L.K. Spiegel?
No.
Danny Hammond?
Yes.
How do you know Danny Hammond?
I know Danny Hammond because he usually comes. I know him here from Rushville.
Is he a friend of Elvis also? I'm presuming he's a friend of yours. Do you consider Danny Hammond a friend?
No, I don't associate with him.
Does Elvis Fields know Danny Hammond?
I believe he does.
Do you know if they're friends?
That I cannot tell you. No.
What do you know about Danny Hammond other than he's from Rushville? Anything else?
He kind of does like odd jobs like Ned does on seal coating.
Has he ever done anything else?
I know he worked out there at the place out there on 3 where they took care of like pigs and stuff.
Pigs? Like a pig farm?
Yeah.
Do you know if Elvis ever worked out on that pig farm?
No.
Johnny Messer. I think I asked you that. Do you know him?
No.
Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Billy Messer?
Yes, I know Billy. We used to be good friends. He came over sometimes during the fall to help me clean Ned's yard up with the leaves and stuff.
Is Billy Messer related to Johnny Messer?
That I couldn't tell you. No, I do not know that.
Have you ever seen this guy in Defendant's Exhibit 1?
No.
I'm going to get back to these names. Brad Holder. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Jay Carpenter.
I know Jay Carpenter.
How do you know him?
I know all the carpenters in Rushville.
What does Jay Carpenter do for a living?
Jay Carpenter? He mows for people.
Kind of cuts grass. That's how he makes money.
Yes.
How about Eric Abernathy?
No.
Josh Christman.
No.
Patrick Westfall.
No.
Brittany Odom.
No.
Some guy named Dougie.
No.
Josh Stevenson.
No.
Todd Click.
I know Todd. He used to be a sheriff here.
Worked for the police?
Yes.
What about Robert Thomas?
No.
Have you ever heard of a club called the Vinlanders?
No.
Did you and Ned Smith ever have an interest in joining a club?
No.
Or Elvis that you know of?
No.
Do you know if Ned Smith knows Johnny Messer?
No.
Do you know if Elvis knows Johnny Messer?
No.
Did Elvis ever talk to you about a comment he made to an officer? A question that he asked if I spit on one of the girls, but I can explain why my spit would be found on the girls.
No.
He never talked about that with you.
No.
Is this the first you've heard of that?
Yes.
You've never heard anybody tell you about Elvis ever having commented about spitting on one of the girls in Delphi.
No.
Does that surprise you that I'm saying that then?
Yes.
Did Elvis ever look at younger girls on Facebook?
That I couldn't tell you. I mean, no, not that I know of.
Did you ever tell the police that in the past?
No.
You didn't?
No.
What's the farthest north you've never been? What's the farthest north you've ever been in Indiana?
The farthest north?
Yeah.
Just Muncie.
How many times have you been up to Muncie in your life?
Just working with Ned has jobs up there.
How many times is that?
I'm going to say maybe about 4 or 5 times.
And one of those 4 or 5 times was in February of 2017.
Yes.
Where were you working back in 2017?
2017?
Uh-huh.
I was working with Ned.
Were you doing anything else?
No, we usually do our jobs and come home.
Do you have any criminal history?
No.
Were you ever a drug user?
No.
Not even marijuana?
No.
Was Elvis ever a drug user?
Not that I know of. I will say this. I tried it when I was a teenager, marijuana, one time, and all I wanted to do was sit down and eat.
I hear about that.
It made me have the munchies. I never did it again.
If the police or the FBI were looking to see if your phone was at the Muncie Hospital on February,
At that time, I did not have no phone.
you did not have a phone?
No.
Did Elvis bring his phone that day?
No, I don't believe so.
You went up to Muncie to see George Stanley and you did not have a phone.
Right.
And Elvis went up to see George Stanley with you and he did not have his phone.
Yes, I do believe he didn't have his phone. He forgot to grab it that morning.
That's a great memory, Mr. Abrams. Did Ned Smith bring his phone?
Yes.
If Ned Smith's phone were pinged, do you know what that means, pinged?
Yeah.
And it did not show up in Muncie that he was up there, would you have an explanation for that?
No. I mean, I couldn't say, but I know we was there.
How sure are you that his phone was brought with him?
Because he always carries his phone, because he's got to have his phone when people calls him for the company.
Is there anything about hospitals that you think could create a problem?
No.
Like the way that maybe they have to, phones can't be.
I know some hospitals always has a sign on the door saying don't like try to keep your phone turned down because of the monitors. It affects the monitors. If you get a phone call, step outside.
How did you get up to Muncie? Who drove?
Ned.
What vehicle, if you know?
He had a white Chevy truck at the time, I do believe.
We would expect to see that white Chevy truck on a video and you getting out of the vehicle on February 13th.
Yes.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
Could be wrong.
Shouldn't be.
Who went into the hospital?
Me and Ned and Elvis.
How did you even know that George Stanley was up there?
Well, Ned got the phone call that said that he was in the hospital.
I'm almost done, actually. You're going to be the shortest one of the bunch. Did Elvis used to hang out at the Flynn's Livestock in Rushville?
That I don't know.
Did he ever talk to you about hanging out there?
No.
Did Jay Carpenter ever go with Elvis there that you know of to Flynn's Livestock?
No.
Did Elvis ever make any money loading semis?
No.
That you know of?
No.
Did you know that he did, or are you saying that he didn't?
No, I don't know if he ever did or if he ever worked there.
Do you know, has Elvis ever talked about going on delivery runs with drivers?
No, he never talked to me about nothing like that.
Have you ever heard of where he used to go on rides with drivers like a guy named John Chrisman?
No.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you think I wish he would have asked me this? Is there anything that you think I should know that I don't know?
No. I told you everything you asked, and I answered you back that I don't know nothing about.
When you heard about the girls, was it on the radio or was it on television? You said it was on television, I think.
Yeah, TV.
Where were you when you saw?
I was in George Stanley's room, right there where he was in the bed. And when he mentioned about it, we all looked up like, why would somebody do something like that to innocent girls?
So that was on February 13th of 2017 that you saw that?
Yes.
What time of day was that when you were visiting, when you were there visiting?
I'm going to say possibly maybe around 10:30, 11, somewhere right around there.
In the morning or in the evening?
Morning.
I just want to be clear. Sometime in the morning before noon, let's say,
Yeah.
somewhere before noon on February 13th of 2017, you were in George Stanley's hospital room.
Yes.
And you saw like the noon news.
About like that. 11 o'clock to noon, up and through there.
And you saw that these girls were missing.
Yeah.
That was definitely February 13th of 2017.
Yes.
That's when you were like, this is terrible.
Yes.
Had they been found yet?
Just what I've seen on TV, I heard that they found them.
I'm saying on that day, were they just lost when you saw the news?
Yeah, they was lost, and I heard that they was found.
You heard later.
Yeah.
Not on that day, February 13th.
No.
Okay, I just want to be clear. February 13th of 2017, before noon, you're with Ned Smith and Elvis Fields at George Stanley's hospital room in Muncie. You saw a news report that these girls up in Delphi were missing. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, when you saw this news clip, the news report, these girls had not been found. Is that correct?
Yes.
But later on, you found that they did find them.
Yes.
When do you think you found that out? When do you think you found that out?
I'm going to say maybe about 4 or 5 days later.
And did you hear what happened to them?
Not really.
Did you hear whether they were alive or dead when they found them?
They didn't say. I mean, really, they were just looking for them.
Okay, very good. That's all the questions I have. Okay, so Mr. Latroll is stepping in for the state, and he has a few questions for you, Mr. Abrams. Okay, Rod, how do you know what day it was that you were in Muncie?
like I was telling him, because we was up there visiting George Stanley on that day, and it shows across the top of the screen what date it was.
What screen? What screen are you talking about?
TV screen.
So you know it was the TV screen at the hospital.
Yes.
And if the girls didn't go missing until that night, not during that day, and there was no news reports during the day, how would you have seen them then?
Well, I got a lot of people, that had phones at the time. They would come across the phones.
What? What? Okay. But if the girls weren't missing until the evening of February 13th, you couldn't have seen anything on a phone or a TV that they were in the morning of February 13th, right?
No, not at that time.
Is it possible you were at the hospital on February 14th?
No.
How do you know you weren't there on the 14th?
I went over to Ned's house exactly at 9:30 because that's what time I usually arrive there on that day. And he said, we got to go to Muncie because George is in there in the hospital. I said, okay.
How do you know what day it was, though, that you went?
It was the 13th.
How do you know that?
I know because he said, because the other day was the 12th when he went in, because he says, remind me, we got to go to Muncie and give an estimate on the 13th. And I always have a little tablet paper, which I don't have it now. I always write like dates and stuff down on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Abrams. I have no further questions. Mr. Baldwin says no other questions. You're going to take Elvis his.
Yeah.
And that is the end of Rod Abrams' deposition. This is a clusterfuck.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have to ask, do you think these guys are intentionally lying?
Yeah.
Or do you think they were told that this is what they were doing and now they're just like, that's what we were doing?
No, I think that they're lying because, like, that's why he's adamant that had to be on the 13th and not the 14th because they need an alibi. If it was the 14th that they were at the hospital, then they have no alibi for the 13th. So whether they're lying because they did something or they're lying because they're scared to not have an alibi, I don't know, but I think they're lying.
I just don't understand why. Because it's just, if I'm going to come up with a lie, why am I going to say that the guy I saw on the news the girls are missing when the girls weren't even missing yet? You know what I mean? Like, I don't, like, it just, like, none of this adds up. And remember, in Elvis says he was at home on the 13th.
Tell me who's next, real quick.
Taylor.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know. And I think it's clear that they all talk to each other. I mean, they're pretending like they didn't all talk to each other for this, and I think that's a lie.
Right. I absolutely agree with you there. They're definitely talking to each other about all this. This is like the most exciting thing that's ever happened in their lives. Like, they're not talking about it. Okay. I guess I need somebody to help me out here because why is nobody confronting them with the phone records?
Because they probably would have did that at trial, but they didn't call them at trial.
But they don't even know they're gonna call them at trial. So why not get it now? And because this is all for the purpose of being able to get the third party in.
I mean, I think that at the time of this deposition, they did think they were going to call them at trial because they weren't expecting them to be excluded at that point.
Even though Gull says, I know the rules of third party and there is no nexus, so nice try.
But that was you'd have to look and see what particular date that was.
Oh, it's definitely before this. No? I guess I would have to check and look.
It was not far before trial.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we wouldn't be asking.
In fact, they gave them their trial. They gave them their subpoenas for trial, and trial was set for May. So they definitely did not know that it was going to be excluded at the time of these depositions.
Right. Books. I don't know. This.
At least Taylor.
I can't tell what the lying is about. Like, it's a very weird.
I think it's about not wanting to not have an alibi for
That's it.
the day of the murders.
It almost, but it does. I mean, is it because they're involved in the murders, or is it because they feel like they've got Elvis's back? Do you understand what I'm
That I
saying?
don't know.
Because like
That's what I'm
Ned
saying.
Smith and Rod Abrams are the two that are really, they're included in all of this because of Elvis. Because Elvis tells the Clicks and the Pharisees and the Murphys of the world that he was with them originally, even though in his depot he says he was at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
I
mean,
don't
they're
know.
only dragged into this because they are Elvis's alibi. So are they just like, are they involved in something nefarious, or
Yeah,
are they just sticking to the story because, like Ned said, we don't want them going after a simple-minded man?
but if they were his alibi, then you would at least think that the two of them actually did what they're saying the alibi is on that day. But they didn't,
Right. That's
because
the.
Ned's phone was pinged and it was not at the hospital. So, but again, I don't know. Are they lying about their all's alibi because they were involved, or because they don't want to be left with no alibi?
Right.
Could be
That's
one or
where
the
I'm
other.
stuck.
I don't know. You know.
Like, let's just have an alibi and they'll have to leave us alone. Because Ned thinks he knows everything, right? And Ned thinks he is like an attorney and he's like taking over for Elvis and
Well, he
like gonna
watches
try.
Matlock and stuff.
He
So
watches Matt Perry Mason and
yeah,
Matlock, you know, and you wear suits in the CSI and stuff. So I just can't tell if the lying is just because it's the lie and they've got to stick with it, or if they're these two, Ned Smith and Rod Abrams, are lying. I mean, they're obviously lying,
right.
but I don't know why.
I think it's one of the two reasons I just said. Like, either they're lying because they're involved and needed an alibi, or they're lying because they feel like if they don't have an alibi for that day, then they're fucked.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, you better come up with an alibi, and so let's just say we're together.
And I think they didn't realize that they were going to be able to check on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's up,
And
Shmita?
and so they could say me and Elvis, Rod could say me and Elvis left our phones at home, but what fucked them is Ned. Ned did bring his phone, and Ned's phone pinged and it was not at the hospital. So that's the problem.
Yeah, and then Ned talks in circles because he's like, yeah, my phone's pinging all over 3rd Street because I'm buying lotto tickets everywhere.
Yeah. It's like, how are you buying lotto tickets if you're at the
At the
hospital?
hospital.
Right.
So, like, nobody gets called out for lying. Essentially, at the end of this whole thing, we go through all these depositions, and because no third party was allowed, none of these people get called out for lying. We have no
Correct.
idea what the truth behind any of it is.
Right.
You know, one of them saying the 13th when they're really there on the 14th would be a very clear answer based on all the phone records that they get of Ned Smith. They're trying to dig Elvis out of the hole he got himself into. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not sure how involved in anything more. I don't know. I don't know if they're involved in anything more. Like, I don't know if they're part of anything. It's like Elvis screwed himself by saying these things. They all know he said these things, and at this point, we know that all of these guys have read the Frank's memo, or at least the parts that had to do with them.
But
And
then
so,
they would know. But if that were the case, then they would know that it said that they pinged the phones and they were not in Muncie at the hospital.
right, but how does Rod know, like, oh, on February 13th of 2017, Elvis didn't bring his phone? Like, you
Because,
fucking remember that?
like you said, if he read the Franks, then he would know that Elvis's phone was pinging at home. So
Right.
then he'd say he left it at home.
Yeah, we have a group of like pathological fucking liars, and I have no idea what the lies are or why
Right.
we're lying. And it's
And
like,
the
are we
point would
lying
have
just
been
for shits and giggles? Or are we lying because we're trying to cover for Elvis? Are we lying because we're involved?
right.
It's like,
Imagine if this would have been in front of the jury. Well, plus, like you said, the phone records and the whatever else. Like, if they, like, the point for their confrontation would have been at trial.
yeah, I guess for me, I'm just like, why wouldn't you want to have as much as you can going into this to show why it's relevant? I don't know what did we get out of this deposition? What did we get out of Ned Smith's deposition or Elvis Field's deposition to show that there was enough to bring it to trial? Like there was enough.
That's not why they were doing this.
What were they doing it for?
They were doing these depositions to get these people's testimony under oath for trial. They had no clue that that was going to get excluded because Nick never asked and Gold never said anything. Up to this point, doing these depositions, they were doing this for them for trial. They weren't doing this to try to prove that it was there was a nexus. They weren't doing depositions for nexi.
Okay, so we gotta look. I gotta know the date when Gold sent the email. When did Gold send the email that said I know about nexuses?
I better have that in my.
You have to have it somewhere. You got to have it in your timeline, I would assume. If anybody in chat happens to remember, when did the email go out from Gold to the attorney saying, like, essentially letting Nick know to file a motion in limine on third party?
Was it after they were reinstated?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that would have been
January. Well, Indy Cindy, in fairness, that's because there's different days and there's different times and there's different dates. There's only one grandkid, so I can't keep track. Out of this crew of people, Carla, my answer would be that Elvis is the most likely involved in the entirety of the crime. I don't know what these other two hooligans have to do with much. Besides, they're obviously lying. So what? But why is my big thing. Sure sounds like he was. Why would his sister? And it's not even just. It's both of his sisters. Both of his sisters. He said he confessed to them. Yeah, it would have been great to watch. Absolutely, all of it. It's like a puzzle, and they just want to give you like little tiny pieces because like some of these questions we have, we'd really be if we had the entirety of Discovery like should be released, we'd be done with it. Like we would know.
222. 222 is emails about the leak. Much of this is the leak.
Let me see. His third sister passed away. Yeah, not Joyce or Mary. They're both alive still. He had a third sister that passed away. Right now, I'm just trying to find. We're trying to find the date that Judge Gull sent the email that said she knows about third parties and nexuses and things like that. Basically, giving Nick the heads up to file a motion in limine on third party.
So really, we just need to know when that motion was filed because it was like right after the email.
Yeah. Let me see what this is. No, that's not the one I want.
Okay. On April 28th, 2024, at 11:15 a.m., the court directed an email to both the state and the defense addressing various legal and logistical matters associated with the forthcoming jury trial. In the second to last paragraph of the email, the court, without any prompting by lawyers from either side, included the following statement. Quote, I am quite familiar with the law regarding third-party perpetrators, and unless the defense can provide a nexus between any alleged third-party perpetrators and the charged crimes, those allegations are unsupported and will be inadmissible. So April 28th, 2024.
So right as all these depositions are happening, right when they're done.
Yep, right when they finish.
Right when they finish third-party depositions, she comes in and sends that. All right, well, that kind of answers that then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get Taylor. Okay, so this is the deposition of Taylor Hornaday, who is the ex-girlfriend, mother of one of his children, of Johnny Messer. You guys will, if you follow the case for a while, you guys remember she's the one who found the old phone of Johnny Messer's, and she gives that over to Todd Click. She also is the one who recorded the conversation. Well, she had something on his phone that recorded it. No,
you gotta
okay.
see what she changes and what she doesn't here in this.
Okay. All right.
Because he asks her about all the things. In fact, he like basically reads each section of, I want to say, Todd Click's report. Like each like sentence that he put, he said, is this true or not true?
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, there is no update on Todd Mullis. Just
yeah,
FYI.
I keep looking.
No, still no updates on Todd Mullis's possibly getting out or a retrial.
That's crazy.
I know. I thought for sure we'd have a quick answer there because she seemed on top of it, but we still don't.
Feels like it's been ages, but I don't think it's been as long as it feels.
It's been months. I mean, we're at the end of September. That was the beginning of the year.
In January?
No, it was, when was it? Like April?
Well, that's still like 5 months or whatever.
It's fucking forever.
Yeah, that is.
But she really has like she has like no deadline.
Yeah, but I feel like if she was inclined to
No,
give
it
a
was
new
like,
trial.
I'm pretty sure it was February. It was February, March. It was February, March. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, it's still a long time. Months, Stevie, months. Okay, so now we're going to start with Taylor Hornaday. April 19th at 1:30, so she takes place like right after Rod. So Taylor Hornaday, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. We're questions by Mr. Baldwin. State your name for the record.
Taylor Nicole Scott.
And I know you from this case as Taylor Hornaday. So can you kind of give me like, my name is Andy Baldwin, by the way. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I'm going to stand up. I've been sitting. Is that okay?
That's fine.
My back is hurting a little bit too. Have you ever done something like this, a deposition? It's nothing to be worried about or freaked out about. I'm going to be asking you some questions and you're going to answer them.
Okay.
And the main thing is, rule number 1 is just tell the truth because you're under oath. You were just put under oath and you're subject to penalties of perjury.
Sure.
Which is, a felony. And secondarily, this is a little bit more difficult. Please try to say yes or no because she's writing down what you say, and a lot of people do head shakes.
Okay.
If you do that, it's okay, but I'll have to say, is that a yes or a no? And I'm not trying to be mean or anything, or uh-uhs and uh-huhs are the same thing, okay?
Understood.
And then the other thing is talking over one another. People have been great today. They've not been doing it. Sometimes you'll get somebody that's a little bit, they want to jump on your question, and then she has to determine who's saying what very quickly. And we want to make sure we want to make her life a little easy. So if we start talking over each other, I might say, we got to slow down. Let's slow down a little bit. I don't think that will happen, but it could. And if I ask a question that doesn't make sense, just say that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes it formulates in my brain like, oh, this would be a good question. And then by the time it comes out of my mouth, it's not a good question. Does that sound pretty fair?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. I know that you're now Taylor. What was your last name?
Scott.
Scott.
Yes.
Before that, you were who? Who were you?
Taylor Hornaday.
And before that?
Taylor Wright.
Yes, and before that, or WRIGHT?
Yes.
Before that?
That's it.
So when you were in high school, you were Taylor Wright.
Yes.
How many times have you been married then?
Twice.
I think you had a somewhat long relationship with Johnny Messer.
Yeah.
We'll be talking about that. Before this deposition began, somebody was in here and they were saying, I'm Johnny's wife.
Yes.
Who is that?
Johnny's current wife, Carrie Messer.
Why is she here?
Just to support me.
I mean, in my experience, that's a little bit odd, to be honest with you.
I didn't know if I needed an attorney or like what this all was.
How did she even know to come here?
Well, Johnny got his own deposition because we have a son together. Me and Johnny do. And so when I said I just got one, she said, I can go with you if you'd feel more comfortable if someone went with you. Because we all get along and co-parent very well.
Okay. Does Johnny have kids with her?
No.
And Johnny was not able, we've rescheduled him. Were you aware of that?
That's what she said. Indianapolis or something. I don't know if it was rescheduled. No.
Do you know why it was rescheduled?
No.
This is what I was thinking too. I didn't know if I needed a lawyer, so I brought my husband's or my ex-husband's current spouse or my ex-boyfriend's spouse, because she's like an attorney. All right. All these questions are questions I've asked everybody.
Sure.
So you're not getting picked on or anything. Then there will be some that I'll only ask of you because you have different pieces of a puzzle, perhaps. But as far as these that everybody has been answering, how many times, if ever, have you talked to the police about Johnny Messer and potentially being related to the Delphi murders?
3 times maybe. It was all starting with Todd Click, who jumped on this and made it very clear that he wants Mark Wahlberg to play him in the movie when this is all said and done.
Where did you hear that?
From Todd Click.
You heard it when he was interviewing you back in the day?
Yes.
Were your interviews recorded?
To my knowledge, yes, they were. They were in the police station in the little room where Ferenczi and Murphy came in.
So you remember their names too, Ferenczi and Murphy?
Absolutely.
Good. This will be a lot easier then. Tell me about the first time. Who was involved in the first interview?
I believe when it started, the whole Delphi thing, Murphy and Ferenczi were involved straight out the gate.
The first time you talked to anybody about Johnny Messer and Delphi was Ferenczi and Murphy. Is that your memory?
I'm pretty sure. This is so many years ago.
I get it. You're doing great. Just the fact that you remember their names is impressive, honestly. Okay, so the second time, do you remember who was involved in that conversation?
I think there was 3 times, and 2 of the 3 times they were there. So to pinpoint,
The order?
yeah,
So 2 of the 3 times that you talked to law enforcement, Murphy and Ferenczi were there. Is that what you're saying?
Murphy was there 1 time. Ferenczi was there twice.
And then Click, how many times was he there?
Every time.
Every time. Okay. Who have you talked to about this deposition?
Today's?
Yes.
My husband knows, and then Carrie and Johnny.
What was her last name again?
Messer, same as Johnny's.
Duh. Is it Carrie?
Kari.
Glad I asked. Okay. Johnny and Carrie Messer, no. Your husband, what's his name?
Jordan Scott.
But Jordan Scott knows. Anybody else?
No.
Did you and Johnny talk about the deposition today?
Just when I got it, he said that there's nothing, because we don't know what questions you're going to ask as far as anything, him being related to it all, because I've talked to Jerry Holcomb. He's talked to Jerry Holcomb. They've ruled him out. They have his work schedule, his bank statements, everything, and all that has been, from what Jerry says, submitted to you guys,
Who is Jerry Holcomb?
the state police, on this case.
All lies. Fair enough. Okay, when you and Johnny talked recently about the deposition upcoming, did you have any substantive conversations?
I hate that word. No, that was it.
All right. I'm going to give you, while I'm thinking about it, I've done this with everybody. This is a subpoena for trial. I'm giving it to you now. I don't know whether you will ever testify. I have no idea right now, but if I don't do this now, then I will have to be scrambling later. So I'd rather do it now than later. So the trial is scheduled for May 13th, but we're putting down everybody for May the 20th at 9 a.m. Here's what that means.
I'm going to pee while you go through this whole spiel.
Okay, fine. There is no way in heck that you're going to be testifying. If you ever are going to testify, if it's going to be on May 20th at 9 a.m., we're putting that there because we release you from the subpoena. You are required to be up at Delphi every day until we tell you you are released. That's the bad news. The good news is this. I'm not going to make you show up on May 20th as long as you are in contact with us. Here's the way that could go down. I could say, Taylor, this is somebody from Andy Baldwin's office. The best news would be we're not going to use you in court. Or the prosecutor is not going to use you as a witness. So you can rip up that subpoena. That could be something we say. Another thing that could be said is you're not going to be testifying on May 20th, but it looks like it's going to be more on May 25th or on June the 3rd. And if you stay in contact with us, then we will make sure as best as we're able that you don't waste any time up there. The way that these trials go, Taylor, is if you're going to testify, it will go something like this. I'm Taylor Scott. I'm calling because there's a number here. I'm calling to see, am I going to be testifying on May 20th? No, you're not, Taylor. It looks like it's going to be next week. But I'm going to call at the end of the week and let you know. And then at the end of the week, you will call or they will call, hey, when does it look like it's going to be? And as we get closer to your testimony, if your testimony happens, then at some point in time, it will be like, Taylor, tomorrow is the day. It's going to be tomorrow afternoon. You should get here around 11 a.m. But until you hear us say the magic words, you are released from your subpoena, you must stay in communication. Otherwise, we will do what we do with everybody, and that's ask for the sheriff to come pick you up and bring you in. I'm not trying to be tough about that at all. I'm trying to actually help you out. You may not believe that, but I really am. You work at an insurance company.
I own an insurance agency.
You got lots going on in your world, and if you're ever going to testify, I'd like you to go up there, be there for 5 minutes, walk in, testify, walk out, and go back. I'd like that. But because this trial is going to last so long, we're just not going to know. So you got to stay in contact with us, okay?
Okay.
Hi, ATS. Here's your subpoena. If you would like, you don't have to, but if you give me your phone number, then we can call you and reach out to you and let you know. If you just want to call us because you don't want to give me the number, I understand that too. That's the number that you would need to call.
You can have my number.
Dang, she's going to have to fucking change her number she's had since she was 17.
Yep.
That fucking blows, dude.
Yeah, we can't. Whatever. I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over again.
Yep. But more for her because like I've had my number for a really long time too, so I can see how that would.
I'd be fucking pissed.
I would be so fucking pissed that you're excluding shit that doesn't matter, but you're leaving my personal information, my phone number I've had since I was 17 years old. Like
that's literally something that is subject to redaction, and they
exactly legally redacted.
Yep.
I mean, not that you can't find people's phone numbers. I'm not saying that, but come on. Come on. Okay, are you going to talk to Johnny about this testimony between now and Friday?
Yes.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. I really do. I mean, it's one of the reasons I really didn't want to move him because I think people, when they know what's going to be said, they can prepare. If they're not being honest, they can prepare dishonest answers. But I'm not going to tell you not to because I can't do that. I can tell her not to come in, but I can't tell you not to tell him. I appreciate you letting me know that. All right. I'm going to go through a lot of people right now and ask you if you know these people.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask if Johnny Messer knows these people. Okay.
Yes.
Start with you. Do you know Elvis Fields?
Personally, no. Have I heard the name? Yes.
How have you heard the name?
Todd Click.
Did you know who Elvis Fields was before back in 2017 before Todd Click talked to you?
No.
Did Johnny Messer know who Elvis Fields was in 2017 before Todd Click mentioned his name?
Not that I knew of, no. But this is a small town, so if he has known him from a small town, that's on him to answer.
Okay, fair enough. What about Rod Abrams?
Never heard the name before then. Todd Click, yes. Rod Abrams, he asked me about him too.
Did Johnny Messer know Rod Abrams?
No, not that I've ever.
Have you by chance watched any of the video that was taken of your interviews back with Click and Ferenczi?
No, no. I'd love to because I feel like my words were twisted a lot.
Do you know who Ned Smith is?
I don't know who Ned Smith is.
Do you know if Johnny Messer back in 2017 knew who Ned Smith was?
No, I don't know.
Do you know Billy Messer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Billy Messer?
That is Johnny's uncle.
How close are they?
They're not very close. Billy is mentally handicapped, and as far as we would ever hear from Billy would be he would call and ask Johnny if he could have a can of chew, maybe 3 times a year.
Have you ever seen this guy before? I'll make a copy of that. It's on my phone. I don't know how to do it. We'll figure that out later. I just want to know, have you ever seen this guy?
Do you have a photo without glasses?
I don't. Let's see if I know his name. Dustin Messer. Have you ever heard of Dustin Messer?
I know Dustin Messer just from it being a small town.
Is he related to Johnny?
No, wrong set of Messers.
They're not related?
No, there's actually 3 Johnny Messers.
In this case, that is not surprising. There's all kinds of chaos going on. Mr. Latrell pipes in and he says, I may forget. Are you saying that that's Dustin Messer? Do you think that is Dustin Messer, or you're not sure?
Hold on a sec.
Mm-hmm. The Messers. I guarantee that they're related somehow. They probably just don't know. I don't know how long she's going to be gone. But I got like a whole spiel. Maybe I'll just keep going so she has more time. So the witness answers, I would say like 70% sure. Then Mr. Baldwin comes back and says, just for the record, in case this ends up mattering, I'm looking on my iPhone at a photo that was provided to me at 4:07 p.m. I don't know what we're going to use. I don't know that we're going to use it, but it's got a guy holding a frisbee, a Telco, T-E-L. He's got dark glasses on and kind of fuzzy hair. I don't know how I describe it. Curly, fuzzy hair. And it says under it, Dustin Messer. Okay, so then continuing with Mr. Baldwin, it says, I've got a longer list I'm going to go through right now. Do you know a gentleman named Josh Harrison? She's still gone. It's a messy conundrum. That is, it's too many Johnny Messers. Okay, so the witness says, yes, she does know Josh Harrison. Baldwin says, how do you know Josh Harrison? The witness says, we went to school together, and he was just mutual friends with everyone. And Baldwin says, did you know him before 2017? Taylor says, yes. Baldwin asks, did Johnny Messer know Josh Harrison? Taylor says, yes. Baldwin asks, did he know him before 2017? Taylor says, yes. Baldwin says, was Josh Harrison involved in Vinlanders? Taylor says, no. Baldwin asks, was he involved in any club with Johnny? Taylor says no. Hold on. All Eyes, what you talking about? What are you talking about? On which apps? All Eyes, you are fire. Watched Laura going through docs and such. Holy cow, it's truly unbelievable. Well, she was on lots of apps. That's why I'm wondering if there's one I'm not aware of. Abby had a Facebook her mom didn't know about. Oh, you said Laura. Okay, I thought you were talking about Lana. Okay. I didn't know you were talking about Lana. The House Party app and the Monkey app. Okay, I did hear those.
Okay, I need to know what page we were on.
Okay, we're on page 218, line 19. I'm about to ask you about Peter Dunn. I haven't done it yet. We started talking about the apps that Libby was on.
Okay. Wait, I don't remember. I thought Luttrell was asking.
I kept reading.
Oh, okay.
So that's right. We got down to that they knew Josh Harrison from high school, and he just was kind of friends with everybody. And then
So you said what line? What line are you?
we're about to be on 19, where I'm going to ask you about Peter Dunn.
Okay.
Yeah, House Party is a party line. I mean, they're like video, the call. Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. I'm sure it's in more of the documents that we haven't dug too far into yet. Right, but I don't think she actually knew that she had the Facebook page, because she wasn't supposed to be on Facebook. But then it was created through, supposedly through Libby's devices. Okay, so Peter Dunn.
Yes.
You know him?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know him?
He married Johnny's sister for a short period of time.
Tell me about what he did for a living. What do you know about him?
He's kind of like a jack of all trades. He was just married to Alicia.
Do you know approximately when they were married?
It was so short a time, I think they had it like annulled.
How about Benny Cameron?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Benny did the electrical work at my house and here in Rushville.
What about Matt Busberg?
No.
Douglas Hunt?
Don't know him.
Ed Hunt?
No.
How about Douglas Ed Hunt?
No.
How about Larry L.K. Spiegel?
No.
Danny Hammond?
No.
How many times have you met Billy Messer?
Like 4. And yeah, I've never went in his house. We would pull up and like literally Johnny would go get him a can of chew. He'd feel bad for him.
Did you tell any of the law enforcement that you knew Billy Messer lived with Elvis Fields?
No.
And that Johnny Messer would bring firewood to Billy Messer while Elvis was living with him? Does that ring a bell?
No, but it doesn't surprise me that Johnny would take him firewood.
If you said that to the police back when you were interviewed, would that be accurate? Anything that you told them, would that be accurate information that you provided?
I didn't know that Billy lived with this Elvis, but if I said that he took him firewood, then that would be accurate.
What happens if you said that Billy lived with Elvis? Is it possible you knew then, but you don't remember now?
Possible, or that I knew he lived with someone, but not that it was that person's name, maybe.
The first time you ever heard of Elvis Fields ever was Todd Click?
Todd, yeah.
What about a guy named Jay Carpenter? Have you ever heard of a guy named Jay Carpenter?
No.
Eric Abernathy?
No.
Josh Christman?
I've heard that name.
Do you know Josh Christman?
I don't know Josh Christman.
How have you heard that name?
Johnny had mentioned that he maybe worked with someone named Josh Christman.
You've never met Josh Christman.
No, I've never met him.
Was Josh Christman affiliated with the Vinlanders that you know of?
No, not that I know of.
Patrick Westfall?
Yes.
How do you know Patrick Westfall?
I know Patrick from the Vinlanders.
Tell me about that.
I just met him through that whole ordeal. I've met him like maybe 3 times.
Where did you meet him?
Indianapolis.
What was the name of his wife?
I never met a wife.
You never met Rachel?
No. I met his kids.
What were his kids' names?
No idea.
How did Johnny know Patrick Westfall?
Through the Vinlanders.
I have to do these dumb questions. This way later on I can... Did Johnny Messer know Patrick Westfall?
Prior to 2017?
I'm just saying yes or no.
Yes.
Let me ask it again so it's clear. I'm sorry. Later on this gets typed up, and then if we go to trial, it's easier if I do it this way. Did Johnny Messer know Patrick Westfall?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when those two met?
2017.
Could it also be 2016? Could they have met in 2016 if you know?
Yes.
You met Patrick Westfall, you said 3 or 4 times. How often do you think that Johnny Messer was with Patrick Westfall, like in his presence?
I can't honestly answer that.
She never actually said that either. 3 or 4 times. When did she say that? Didn't she said that about that she met Billy Messer 3 or 4 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't. Is it over 5?
No, she did. On the top of page 21, well, bottom of page 221, she says, I know Patrick from the Vinlanders. He said, tell me about that. She said, I just met him through that whole ordeal. I've met him maybe 3 times.
Oh, okay. I guess she says it about both then.
So I can't honestly answer that.
Is it over 5?
I would say 5 to 7 times maybe. It was a very short period of time, and they would meet like once a month, and that would be all of them at Mickey.
Mickey McGinley's?
Yes, at his house.
Did Johnny Messer ever go up north to hang out with Patrick Westfall?
No.
How do you know that? That's to your knowledge, I guess?
Well, because I had a recording device on Johnny's phone, and it did the location and everything, and Todd Click had all of that information as well.
We'll talk more about Patrick in a second. What about Brad Holder? Did you know Brad Holder?
I met him 1 time.
Tell me about that.
They had a Thanksgiving, and he was just one of the members that had showed up for the Thanksgiving dinner.
Where was that?
At Mickey's house.
Was Brad Holder affiliated with Vinlanders?
Yes.
What did you think of Brad Holder?
I don't know.
Did you talk to him at all?
We were just all sitting there talking. He was just a normal guy.
Did he bring a date or kids or anything?
No.
Is that a no?
No, that's a no. Sorry.
You're doing great. Did you ever see Patrick Westfall's children? You said you did, I think.
Yes, I did.
Did they participate in rituals involving Odinism or Asatru?
I don't know what Asatru is. I don't remember. They were doing something where they drank from a horn or something silly like that, and I think the little boy did.
Whose little boy would that be?
Patrick Westfall.
Do you know what runes are?
I do now.
You did not know? When did you learn about runes?
2017. Todd Click told me.
So you had never heard about runes until then.
Yeah.
Robert Thomas. Do you know who Robert Thomas is?
No.
Josh Stevenson.
Sounds familiar, but I'm going to say no.
Brittany Odom.
I know Brittany Odom.
Tell me about Brittany Odom.
She lives here in Rushville, went to high school together.
Was she friends with Johnny Messer, or did she know Johnny Messer, Brittany Odom?
Hold on.
You're fine.
Because mine has repeats, but I fixed the one in the Google Drive. Yeah, she was friends with both of us.
How aware are you of the Delphi murder case in its current, where it sits right now? Have you been following this case?
No.
Do you know, for example, about what's called a Frank's memo? Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Do you know there was a large document filed with the court that talked about and mentioned your name and Johnny Messer's name and Rod Abrams' name and Elvis Fields' name? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that there was one that was in September that was filed.
Right.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Besides the whole town talking and everyone doing what they do in a small town, becoming detectives, it has completely ruined Johnny's life because people are saying he's a murderer and everything else, and it affects me and my child. So that's how.
Did you ever read this document?
Yes.
You read the whole document?
Not the whole document. No, I did not.
What parts did you read?
The parts that just basically talked about us and then where it said something about my truck.
Okay, we'll be talking about that in just a second.
Sure.
Did Johnny Messer, when you were dating him or whatever you would call it, I mean, you had a child together, so I guess you were in a relationship. I never know what to call that stuff. You weren't married, but you were in a relationship and you had a child together. But back in those days, and I'm talking about 2016, 2017, was Johnny actively trying to get people to join Vinlanders?
No.
If other people were to testify, Johnny came up to me and said, yes, would you be interested in joining the Vinlanders? You don't think they would be telling the truth?
He wasn't telling me that he was actively searching for members to join the Vinlanders, but if he thought someone was going to be interested or wanted to.
Did he ever mention if Elvis or Ned Smith or Rod Abrams, any of them were interested in the Vinlanders?
Never heard those names. I've never heard Johnny say those names out of his mouth. If you say Josh Chrisman, Josh Harrison, people like that we know, those were never names that ever came out of Johnny's mouth.
You're talking about Elvis Fields, Rod Abrams, and Ned Smith?
Correct.
That was before Todd Click, I guess, or even today?
There's nothing to say about those people.
Even to this day, Johnny Messer doesn't know who Elvis Fields is.
I can't say whether he does or doesn't. We know now.
How close were Patrick Westfall and Johnny Messer?
Closeness, they were just in the group together.
Would you describe them as like good friends, close friends?
No.
Like brothers?
No.
Okay, I'm going to weed out some questions.
Okay.
Do you have any idea where Johnny Messer was on February 13th of 2017, the day that the girls were missing?
No, I don't know exactly. Jerry Holcomb knows.
How does Jerry Holcomb know again?
Because he subpoenaed his work records and his bank statements, and that's how he rolled them out.
How did Johnny Messer communicate with people? Phone would be one way.
Uh-huh.
But with social media, I'm not on social media, but because of what I do for a living, I know that there's Snapchat and there's Instagram and Facebook Messenger and that kind of stuff.
It would just be texting and Facebook Messenger. I don't think Snapchat was a big thing in 2017.
So Johnny Messer would use Facebook.
And text messages.
Do you know if Johnny Messer's phone was ever taken by police to be looked at?
I'm sure it was when we got arrested. And then any other phone that I found in the house, I've been extremely cooperative. I've turned everything into the police. That's why I didn't have anything to bring here today. Any SD card, I turned it all in. I called Ferenczi. We had an interview and I said, I found some phones. And Ferenczi was like, can we go get them right now? I said, yeah, let's go. And he jumped in my car and we drove to the house and I showed him what I found, gave him everything.
What about Facebook Messenger? How does that get preserved? I don't even know.
I don't know how. You'd have to log into the account and then whether you delete it or not, delete it. I don't know. I guess you have to be careful with Facebook because anyone can get on and create a Facebook account and say, I could get one and say I'm you if I made an email in your name.
That's why I don't have Facebook. What is your relationship with Johnny currently?
He's the father of my youngest son, Tucker.
How do you get along?
We get along great.
Back in 2017, how are you getting along with Johnny Messer?
He was on house arrest. It was the end of the relationship. I just wanted out. I was sick of dealing with him not working. And then he was on house arrest because of all this stuff where he got in trouble. I called DCS on myself and said there's domestic violence in the home just so they would move him. That never stopped us from parenting and co-parenting with Tucker.
I'm glad you said that he was on home detention. I can look up his criminal history. I have not looked up yours if there is any. Do you have any criminal history?
Yeah, I've only ever been arrested one time. It was from the drugs in the home. So there was drugs in my home and I got maintaining a common nuisance.
I thought I had read something about counterfeiting or something.
They found counterfeit bills in the house, yeah. And there was 2 incidents where they had seen Johnny using the bills.
Using them to buy stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. And what about drug usage back in 2017? Were you using drugs back then?
Yes, I was.
What were you using?
Methamphetamine.
What was Johnny using?
Methamphetamine.
Does Johnny pay child support to you?
He does not. I don't want child support. I just want him to be a good dad.
How often does he get to see Tucker?
Every other weekend?
Tell me, what do you remember about February Valentine's Day timeframe of 2017?
It's so hard. I know he wasn't home and I was upset about that, but as far as where exactly, I think he had to work and he didn't come home when he was supposed to come home. And I was upset because we just had Tucker. He was a new baby.
So when was he on house arrest?
Mm. I think after the murders.
2018, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you moving? Was it a time frame where you might be packing up stuff and would have wanted him to help you move? Does that ring a bell?
We could have been moving because I got my house in 2015 and then we moved out of my house and we were probably moving back in. But the dates and all that, it could have very well been that.
I forgot to ask you, what was Brad Holder's relationship with Johnny Messer?
As far as I know, he met him at the Thanksgiving dinner at that time, the Vinlanders at Mickey's house.
One time?
As far as I know.
Did he ever talk about Brad Holder?
No.
Did Johnny ever talk about recording music in Delphi?
No.
Or with somebody from Delphi?
He might have said something to me about that, but as far as him doing any music or anything, he wasn't like trying to make music or anything.
What was the business about recording music?
I don't know.
Well, when you said he might have told me.
Like he might have said that to me and I would have thought that he's lying. I don't know.
Did he say something about recording at some point?
Yes, he said that to me. And I'm saying, I don't know where that's even coming from. He doesn't make music or anything like that.
Did he say something about recording music and something about Delphi, like the person was from Delphi?
I can't recall.
Did he ever talk about that with Brittany Odom?
No. Brittany Odom, she was connected to us with the whole methamphetamine. She was basically a drug runner, just to be transparent on that.
No, it's good. I'm going to ask you questions. Were you completely honest with the police back when you talked to the police back in 2017?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. I'd love to see the tapes because I feel like my words have been twisted. I've always been transparent as far as anything I can find, any way I can help.
When it became known that Johnny Messer was kind of on the radar screen as possibly somehow involved in Delphi, did Johnny reach out to you and say, hey, they might be calling you? Do you remember that?
No. As far as I remember, they contacted me first before even contacting him.
Okay, I'm reading off a document, and I want to ask if this refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
Taylor stated that Messer told her that the police had questioned him regarding the Delphi murders and that we would probably be calling her for an interview. We being the police.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Do you think that Messer actually kind of gave you a heads up that the police are going to be calling you about Delphi? Does that ring a bell?
I wouldn't want to word it that way.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You said it refreshes your recollection. Does it refresh your recollection that Johnny did call you and say, hey, the FBI called me?
Todd Click. What I'm saying is they questioned me first. The FBI questioned me first before they contacted Johnny.
But then after they contacted him, did you call Johnny and say, hey, I just talked to the police?
I'm sure I did.
I'm not doing this very well. But when I read that and you said it refreshed your recollection, let me read it again. And I want you to tell me what you think. I think I know what it means, but I want to see if you and I are on the same page. Taylor stated, and this is from October 25th of 2018. Taylor stated that Messer told her that police had questioned him regarding the Delphi murders and that we, the police, would probably be calling her for an interview. Does that refresh your memory of Johnny calling you?
Johnny, yes, did call me, but how they put in the Delphi murders.
You said Messer had an SOS, a stomp on sight, on him by the Vinlanders. Is that a true statement?
That is a true statement.
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, I do.
Quote, she was tired of him hanging out so much and not with her, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I was tired of him not being with the family, with us.
Did you think that Johnny Messer was hanging out too much with the Vinlanders back in 2017?
Anytime that it can't be family time where we can all go, it's too much in my eyes.
So my question is about the Vinlanders. Did you think that he, Johnny Messer, was hanging out too much with the Vinlanders and not enough with his family?
Yes.
Quote, she told that McKinley about a mixed race child that Messer had fathered with an African American woman. End quote. Is that true?
It is true. Yes.
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, I do.
Quote, this is against Vinlander's bylaws and Messer's probate status with them was pulled. End quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, I do.
Quote, she said that Messer refused to turn over his Vinlander items, and that is why the SOS was put on him, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes.
Why did he refuse to turn over his Vinlander items if you know?
Because after they found out what they did, that would mean him having to meet with one of them. And then with him being an SOS.
Okay, that does not make sense. And here Andy says it makes sense. It does not make sense. If he has an SOS because he wouldn't turn over his stuff, but then he
So
didn't turn over his stuff because he has an SOS.
this took me several pages to like figure out what it is that she was saying. So what she's saying, and it'll all click at some point, but what she's basically saying is that they found out that he Messer had fathered a child with an African American woman. They then put out an SOS on him and told him that he needed to give in all his stuff, his probate stuff or whatever.
Right.
But he didn't want to meet to give them the probate stuff because there was an SOS. So if they
Right.
met with him to get his probate stuff back, they would like follow through on the stomp on site.
But she says that the reason he won't meet with them is because of the stomp on site, but also says the stomp on site is because he won't give the stuff back.
Yeah, you have to get further down when they start talking about
Okay.
If it's a couple pages, it might even be 10 pages that I finally was like, oh, I get it now, the whole timeline of all the things. And I
Okay.
had to go through and highlight a lot of stuff to
And if
get
there's
there.
a stomp on site, it's interesting to me that he's in the car with Patrick Westfall and Mickey McGinley when they supposedly find out about this. And
Well, I'm wondering if they confirmed when they got back. Like, I'm wondering once they returned from Minnesota or whatever, if they then had to confirm with whoever it is there. You know, Patrick Westfall will tell you they had an investigator, like a retired cop, PI or whatever. Maybe they had to confirm.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Like they were checking your references or whatever. You know what I mean? But he was probably like, this better not fucking be true.
And he's like,
and then when they got home, realized it was true. Blech.
Okay. This is ridiculous. Okay, makes sense. Quote, she stated that Patrick Westfall eventually came to Rushville and she gave him Messer's Vinlander items, end quote.
Yes,
Is that a true statement?
that's a true statement.
Did you tell the police that?
Yes, I did.
Quote, Taylor had gone to Vinlander meetings with Messer held at McKinley's house in Indianapolis, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes, it is.
Did you tell the police that?
Yes.
Do we know why she made the call? Well, according to Johnny Messer, and I don't know, maybe she says it too, she made the call because she didn't like him hanging out with the Vinlanders because he was away from the family for too long.
Yeah, she kind of hinted at it already, but she may double clarify. But yes, that's exactly why. She was tired of him, especially because they had just had another baby. She had like an under 1-year-old and was either pregnant or just had another baby. And
She had her kid, her from her previous relationship, and then she just had this baby with him.
well, and remember, they lost a baby. So they lost a baby. And then, which she will talk about. See, he's terrible with timelines. They lost the baby. Then she got pregnant fairly quickly, like within a couple months of that. And then she must have been pregnant at this time, the time of like the murders. So she had an under 1-year-old and was pregnant and was trying to move and stuff. And he was with the Vinlanders like all the time or whatever and going away to Minnesota. And when they went away is when she decided to tell them. She's pretty honest about that. Like that she told them because she knew that that was against their whatever. And she wanted him to be in trouble. So he couldn't be with them anymore.
And then he says she put me in a bad spot.
Yeah. And she like full on says she knew that she was going to.
Like she didn't care what happened. Like how fucked up is that?
I don't think she didn't care what happened. I think she just thought that they would just kick him out. And so then he wouldn't be out with them anymore. I don't think she thought they might like kill him. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But she's also, 2017, she's on meth. So she's had this baby and she's on meth. Breakfast, your dad's cooking.
I want some dippy eggs.
No dippy eggs.
So good. And I have everything bagels. That would be so good.
Nope. Okay, so let me see. Where was I at? Okay, quote. This is where she met Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Wait. Okay, yes.
And is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Okay, quote. She talked more with Westfall and liked his girlfriend, Rachel Miller, end quote. Is that a true statement?
There was a girl there. As far as if it was Patrick's or Mickey's girlfriend, I'm not sure.
Okay, they're saying the police report says that you said that you liked Westfall's girlfriend, Rachel Miller. Is it possible back then you knew who it was, but 7 years ago you don't remember now?
Maybe. The girl was blonde, short hair.
I've never seen her, sorry. I've been trying to look for her. Quote, did not talk much to Holder, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she found him creepy and he made her uncomfortable, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Okay, up in the top of this deposition, she said he was just a normal guy.
And also, it's going to become, so she's pretty, in my opinion, she's pretty like honest in the sense that like not all of these quotes are great for like Johnny, or some of them aren't even great for her, and she's pretty honest about it. It's really interesting. The number of things that she says, no, I didn't say that, or they're twisting my words, is so little that I think it's important to pay attention to those particular things that she's trying to say is not correct.
Okay. Hey, Travis, but how do you hide the fact that the phone is collected, downloaded, destroyed? That's pretty hard to do. It's not like you're erasing statements intentionally or otherwise. I don't know what that is referring to.
It's hard to tell.
McGinley, but I thought they didn't hang out with McGinley. They did. They did hang out. That's where the meetings were, at Mickey McGinley's house.
Young Black Economist. I thought that said exorcism. I need to put my
as a Black girl in the U.S. for some of these guys who only are interested because of the Exoticism.
Did you almost read it? Exorcism?
I sure did. Horrific. Is it exotic? Is it considered exotic?
I don't know. But none of these men are worth a damn anyway.
No, not at all. These are not winners. But his biracial daughter does really support him and like went like hardcore for him after the Franks memo came out. Like she was like online saying like my dad is a great dude. Like leave him the fuck alone.
Yeah, but someone can be a great person today and have been mixed in with shit they shouldn't have been 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Right.
Both things can be true.
Right.
You know, like my kid only knows me as mom and sober. My kid has no clue who I was before him.
Right.
So, and his opinion of me might be different.
Okay, so quote, during one meeting that Holder did not attend, the other Vinlanders brought up that they heard Holder was a possible suspect in a murder in Florida, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Do you remember telling that to the police?
Yes.
He was a possible murder suspect for a case in Florida?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they were saying anyway.
Interesting. Quote, they did not want Holder hanging around with them anymore due to the possibility. I wonder if it was Flora.
No. Well, maybe. Depends on when this happened. Depends on when this meeting was.
Yeah, quote, they did not want Holder hanging around with them anymore due to the possibility that it may bring heat down on them. Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes.
Quote, she said, during the meetings, the men would separate from the females and drink from a horn during ceremonies. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, Taylor said that Messer was introduced to the Vinlanders by Brian James. End quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Brian James?
No.
How did you know the name?
Johnny has been in contact with Brian James ever since he was like 15. Johnny has like daddy issues and he's always just wanting to be a part of something, like finding a man just to accept him. So Brian James has always been like the go-to. I don't know.
Are they still in communication? Do you know?
Not that I know of.
Were they in 2017?
I'm not sure.
Hold on, I have a tiny person. Give me 1 second.
Exactly, Amanda. He's not going to tell. Messer's not going to tell the daughter that, like what he was before. Like if you're blessed enough, not all of us, not everyone is. If you're blessed enough for your kids to not have experienced like a terrible part of you, a terrible side of you, a terrible version of you, it would be really difficult to decide to tell them about that. It's like if they don't remember, are you going to traumatize them by telling them?
Stereotyping the Rolling Stones as the song Some Girls is an example of this. There was a guy outside of a Longhorn Steakhouse in Florida. Interesting. Gotta listen to Travis. He's on point. True. True dat. Yeah, I don't know enough about the whole Florida thing. That's interesting.
So we have the bloody jeans from Florida. We have what isn't it? Wasn't it? What do you remember when they were like, there's a random photograph of a dead guy? Was that in Florida?
Oh, the you mean the body cam?
No, there was like a photo of a random dead guy on the bed, and they were like, we don't even know who this person is or why this is even in Discovery.
Yes, I do remember that.
Was that in Florida? Was a person in Florida?
I thought it was a body cam. Maybe it was just a photo. Where they found the guy. Yeah, they found the guy. I don't, no idea. No idea what that was.
I have to see if I have to look and see if that
Ricky
was in
Mason,
Florida.
I
I
think
don't know what part of me thinks that it was in like the person was in Florida dead. Because he was like, they were like, there's no explanation as to who this person would be or why this would even be connected to us.
Yeah, I remember that. I just don't know if it was in Florida.
How
That
much
would
do
be
it
interesting if
of
it was
her?
in Florida.
Okay, like 40 pages.
Okay.
I have not read Turco's, by the way.
Oh, that should be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll. I'm gonna want to throw something.
Okay, hold on.
Do you still have children pitter pattering around?
Yeah, they're all hungry. My husband's not cooking yet, so they're all coming out to me like, "What's going on?" I'm like,
Dad's
"Don't tell me."
supposed to cook. Tell him I want some dippy eggs.
Yeah, I don't want any dippy eggs. Okay, so where are we at? I'm not sure. Okay, quote, she said that Messer claimed to be part of the Hammerskins when he was younger, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she said that Messer told her he had done horrible things and should be in prison, end quote. Is that a true statement?
He told me he had done horrible things. Yes, but anyone can say that. I don't remember him saying he should be in prison. No.
Do you remember if that's what you told the police?
I don't think that's what I told the police.
Quote, he was never specific in details, end quote, is what is written. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Quote, she knows that Westfall is from Delphi and she assumed Holder was from the same area as Westfall / introduced Holder to the Vinlanders, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
And is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she said both Westfall and Holder had brought their kids to the Vinlander meetings at one time or another, end quote. Is that a true statement?
That's not a true statement. No, I don't remember meeting Holder's children or child or children.
Mr. Latrell pipes in and says, are you reading from a summary of her report or are you reading from the report? Baldwin says, I'm reading from the Delphi supplemental report. Latrell says, does it say who it's created by? Baldwin says, it's Murphy. I know Kevin Murphy created this. And then Baldwin says, I'm glad you did that. Thank you for doing that. For the record, I'm reading from the Delphi supplemental report that Murphy authored or put together. Kevin Murphy. Latrell says, but it was the 10/25/2018 interview. Baldwin says, yeah, I'm looking at it's on page 4. I have a copy if you like. Mr. Latrell says, I have clicks and it's similar, but it's not the same. So Mr. Baldwin says, okay, so we had talked about you're not sure that you ever saw. I don't know if you said you're not sure or you never did see Holder's kids.
Correct.
You're just not sure or you never did see Brad Holder's kids.
I never saw Brad Holder's children.
Quote, she witnessed the kids taking part of the ceremonies and drinking from the horn, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Is that what you told me earlier too?
Yes.
Quote, Taylor confirmed that her, a Messer, and it's just poorly written there. I'm guessing that it should be her and Messer. Taylor confirmed that her and Messer saw the news reports of the Delphi murders later in the week on TV, end quote. Do you remember that? Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes, I think everybody saw.
I know that some of this is silly, but I have to ask. Quote, she confirmed she made the statement that she hoped Holder and Westfall were not involved, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I do feel that way, so I could see me saying that.
So you don't remember saying it. Do you dispute that that was what you said to the police?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is that a question? Like, was I stating that when we saw that on the news that I said to Johnny, I hope they're not involved?
That's the way I interpret it.
Okay.
I'll read it again in case I'm wrong. Quote, she confirmed she made the statement that she hoped Holder and Westfall were not involved, end quote. It doesn't say that you said it to him, by the way. Quote, Messer also took a guy named Josh Stevenson to the meetings, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes. And I want to say on that, I think that Josh Stevenson and the Josh Christman are the same person.
Do you know why they would have different last names?
I don't know, but I remember something silly about that.
So it is a true statement that Josh Stevenson and or Josh Christman, that Messer would take Josh Stevenson to the meetings. Did she not say she didn't know Josh Christman? I'll have to go back and check that. Let me rephrase that because that's...
Okay.
I'll reread this and then ask if it's a true statement. Quote, Messer also took a guy named Josh Stevenson to the meetings, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I can't say whether it's true. I know Johnny said that he was taking this person with him, and whether it happened or not, I don't know.
You're basing what you told the police back a few years ago that Josh Stevenson attended the meetings. You only know that based on what Johnny Messer told you.
Correct.
But you don't dispute saying that to the police.
Correct.
Quote, there was a male by the name of Dougie that hung around the Vinlanders, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that something you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she described Dougie as lower functioning mentally and was not all there, end quote.
Correct.
Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, they took advantage of Dougie to perform menial tasks for them, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
And is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, Dougie stopped coming around the Vinlanders after another group gave him a jacket and some patches, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she stated that Westfall, Messer, and McKinley went to Minnesota for a Vinlander event in March of 2017, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes. Chelsea, I've wondered that same exact thing.
That's a great question. Or did they just have a type, like Amanda said?
Well, even the defense doesn't know Dougie's last name. No one knows it. Now, do you remember? You'd have to go back because I don't want to like feed you what I'm thinking, but I guess it was Sleuth Intuition's first interview with him. I think in one of them, Sleuth Intuition did bring up my question and asked him, and it was about Dougie. And
yeah, he remembered Dougie.
he did remember Dougie.
Yeah,
but
he laughed.
He
laughed. He's like, yeah, I remember Dougie.
Yes, and then he kind of went on a little bit about something, and I would be curious if anybody heard that or saw that and thought maybe it was in reference to Elvis. Now that we know that none of these people know who Dougie is, and nobody knows his last name, including the defense.
Nobody can find Dougie?
Nobody can find him. Nobody knows his last name. Nobody knows who he is. So could they have been talking about Elvis? It kind of sounds like a description of Elvis.
It does, but...
Mm-hmm. All right, I don't know where we are, but when I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I'm thinking.
Oh, another group gave him a jacket and some patches. Mm-hmm. Yes. Are we talking to kids? Is our stomachs grumbling?
No, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
okay.
Dougie does seem like a nickname. But who were they saying was the Jew? Was it Dougie the Jew?
Yes.
Wasn't
it?
Okay. Who said that? Was that Johnny Messer? No. Yes.
Brad Holder? No.
I
don't remember.
It was Brad or him. I can't remember. Maybe it was Brad. Yeah, they really are. And they don't even like realize it seems. Like it's not offensive to them. Dougie Carter. And Elvis says he now has brothers. Yeah. And like I'm just thinking like so Dougie stopped coming around the Vinlanders after another group gave him a jacket and some patches. And then like in my head I'm thinking the day of February 13th, according to Elvis's sisters, he's like trying to give them a jacket. And it's like, was he given a jacket when all of this happened? And then he was trying to give it away. Like, I think I always assumed that he was wearing a jacket and then the crime happened and he was trying to like give away evidence. But could it have been that he was given a jacket for participation in some way and he didn't want it?
I don't know anybody that has blue jackets though.
I don't know. What color are Vinlanders jackets?
Black.
What color are
With
American
the
Girl
green
jackets?
writing on it.
Or maybe Bridge Guy gave Elvis his jacket. And then Elvis tried to give it to somebody else.
Hmm.
Know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Like,
you don't want
give
to
me
tell
your
me
jacket.
what you remember Patrick Westphal saying? You want me to remember it on my own?
What?
You said you didn't want to tell me what Patrick Westphal said about Dougie. You wanted me to remember on my own.
Yeah, like I want you to see his actual reaction.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back and find that then, because I don't remember.
I have the transcripts. It might be easier to find that way.
Yeah, probably. I just remember him kind of chuckling, like, "Oh yeah, I remember Dougie."
Let's see, transcripts. Interviews, maybe. Sleuth and Twin Patrick Westphal 1011. Is this the one? I don't know if I put in like when he asked questions. Or maybe it was October 16th. Doug. Okay. I have it. So it is the October 16th one, the second one. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
It's different when you see his whole vibe when he answers it, but so Sleuth says, who is Dougie? And Pat Westphal says, old Dougie. He was a supporter for the club, man. I know exactly who they're probably talking about with that one. Can't remember the kid's last name, but man, he was a character. Eccentric little dude. He was fun to be around, man. That guy always had some off the wall shit to say. And I mean, but he would jump in there and box with dudes 4 foot. I mean, he would get in there. Kid had heart. He had a lot to him. He used to hang around and come to our get-togethers when the club was bigger in the state, you know. I don't even think Indiana chapter even exists anymore after I turned in my collars and walked away. He went and joined some little jean jacket, Vespa, motor, moped little club that he started somewhere in Indy, and I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to talk to the guy, but he was just a hang-around supporter and definitely a fun time with that little dude around, man. He's a character.
A jean jacket, blue jacket.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
It's funny though that the follow-up wouldn't have been, well, the accusation here is that you would basically have him like you guys would basically have him do tasks, and that he was like I almost wonder if eccentric, like him saying he's an eccentric little dude, was like his way of, I don't know how they worded it, saying he was mentally, what did they say? Lower functioning mentally. Like, I wonder if that was his way of saying that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did he like porcelains or perhaps decorations?
Or perhaps decorations? Okay, so let me see. I don't see Brad Holder's name there. Did Brad Holder not go with them to Minnesota with Westphal, Messer, and McKinley?
Oh, wait, you have to go back to 12.
I did that one. She stated that, quote, she stated that Westphal, Messer, and McKinley went to Minnesota for a Vinlander event in March of 2017, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
I don't see Brad Holder's name there. Did Brad Holder not go with them to Minnesota with Westfall, Messer, and McKinley?
Correct.
Quote, she said that this was the final straw for her regarding Messer spending so much time with them, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, this is when she decided to tell McKinley about the mixed race child Messer had, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, Taylor stated that Westfall and Messer were like brothers, end quote. Is that a true statement?
No. This is these groups. Oh, we're brothers. This is a brotherhood. But you barely know these people. You know, in less than a year, now you're just like in this little man club. You know what I mean? Like, they shouldn't take precedence over your family or your new child or whatever.
I appreciate that. The way this is written down, it says, quote, Taylor stated that Westfall and Messer were like brothers, end quote. Is that a true statement?
No,
Is that something you told the police?
I don't recall.
Quote, she claims Messer was friends with Holder, but not to the extent he was with Westfall, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I would say yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Probably yes. They didn't talk as much. I mean, him and Patrick would message more.
More? Like the other ones actually messaged?
Mhm.
Quote, she stated that they communicated using Facebook Messenger, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she said that Westfall cut ties with Messer after he was kicked out of the Vinlanders. However, she did not know if they started talking again after her and Messer broke up, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she states that all the Vinlanders were into Odinism, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes. And Elvis didn't have any brothers, just so you guys know.
Yeah, he got brothers from whatever happened in February.
Yeah.
Quote, she stated that Holder and Westfall talked about making their own weapons in the form of knives and hammers, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes. They were at that dinner, the Thanksgiving dinner, they were talking about making knives,
And hammers?
hammerhead things.
I asked you if that was a true statement, and you said,
Yes.
is that also what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, towards the end of this interview, Taylor stated that she remembered that her and Messer were fighting around Valentine's Day in 2017, end quote. Is that a true statement? Were you and Johnny Messer fighting around Valentine's Day of 2017?
Well, always fighting. I don't recall.
Do you know if you said that to the police?
I don't recall.
Quote, this fight was due to the fact that Messer was up there with the Vinlanders around Valentine's Day, and he did not acknowledge the day or want to be with her around that day, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I don't like the way they're putting up there, because there would be Indianapolis, because we lived in Rushville at the time. So that would be up there. Possibly because we were always fighting, but I don't like the way that's worded.
Fair enough. Quote, she said that they had a series of texts during this time when they were arguing, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Sure. Yes. If he wasn't, we were constantly texting and fighting.
Quote, Taylor said that Messer told her he had shot is someone in the hand on the east side of Indianapolis, end quote. Is that a true statement that Messer told you that he had shot someone in the hand on the east side of Indianapolis?
I think that someone was shot in the hand, not that he shot them in the hand. That's a twist of words there, I believe.
So you don't think you told the police that in that way?
Correct.
Quote, she says Messer has never talked about the Delphi murders with her, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that true even to today's date?
Yes.
Quote, since their breakup, she does not know if he has reconnected with Westfall or Holder, end quote. Was that true as of October 25th, 2018?
Yes.
Do you know if it's true to this day?
As far as I know, he's not.
You don't know if he's reconnected with Holder, or you don't think he has?
I don't think he has.
Quote, she said that Messer had a fake Facebook page where he was posing as a Chinese guy, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I'm sure I found that. Yeah.
Is that what you told the police?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Do you know what that was about?
No.
Okay, that's so weird. Quote, he has told her he has killed before, but she says he lies so much she does not know if this is true or not, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I don't think that that's a true statement, but he does lie a lot. If he had peanut butter for lunch, he'd tell you it was tuna fish. This was years ago. He's completely changed since 6 years of house arrest. He's a completely different person. I'm very proud of who he is today.
That's actually a two-part question. Part number one, from what's written down from that interview, is he, Johnny, has told her he has killed before. Is that a true statement that he has told you that?
No,
Is it true that you told the police that?
no.
Quote, but she says he lies so much that she does not know if this is true or not, end quote, because that's linked up to the first part. I'm not even going to ask you.
Okay.
Quote, Taylor is currently pending on counterfeiting charges as a result of the January 18th search warrant in which Messer was charged with methamphetamine-related charges and currently is on home detention, end quote. Is that a true statement?
It was, and it's because I was driving the vehicle at McDonald's drive-through, and he handed me money. He was in the passenger seat and handed me money, and I handed it to the person. He never paid for anything because he never worked. But I was like, okay, it was around Christmas time. So I was like, great, there's a police officer behind me in the drive-through. Like, I wouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I didn't know.
Sure.
And I told the cop that, and they charged me with it too.
How did it end up?
They dropped it.
You didn't even get a criminal conviction out of that?
No.
Okay, I'm weeding some things out. This is more their stuff. They talked about, I'll read it out loud if you want, but there was a download of phones from a search warrant. I've seen the search warrant that was out in Terre Haute. Did they need a search warrant, or did you actually turn the phones over to them?
Anytime I found something when I was cleaning my house, it's 3,000 square feet. It's 4 or 5 bedrooms here in Rushville. I rent it out now. But anytime I was finding anything I could find, I drove it to the police department. Anything.
In two of the phone calls, it says, quote, Messer is offering money to other people to find someone so that they can be injured or killed, end quote. Did you ever hear those calls?
No, I did not.
Have you ever heard that before until I just said it?
No.
Quote, the other call is Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house, end quote. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Quote, he later released them and took them home after taking their AK-47, end quote. Have you ever heard that?
No.
I believe the victim's name is Tillison. They live in Shelbyville. Have you heard that?
Can you repeat the statement?
Quote, it is believed that the victim's last name is Tillison and they live in Shelbyville, end quote.
Who's dead now, but no, I do know about that.
Tell me about that.
That guy came to our house and took our gun. And I mean, yeah, it was a big ordeal.
Was it an AK-47?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Did Johnny go get his gun back that Tillison stole from him? Is that what happened?
I don't know what happened. I know they were fighting and there was a gun, and I stood in front of Johnny because he had the gun pointed at him, and then he put the gun down.
Okay, we're getting through here, just so you know.
But no one was shot or anything like that.
Oh, there was no hostages or anything?
No.
We're getting close here. A lot of this I'm going to be able to weed out because it really doesn't pertain to you. Do you remember sending Johnny Messer a text that said, if, quote, if they told us they already questioned Brad and Patrick, what makes you think they didn't tell them they were going to question us, end quote, something along those lines?
If they what?
If they told us, I'm thinking it's police, but if they've already questioned Brad and Patrick, what makes you think they didn't tell them that they were going to question us? The way that's written, the way that I interpret it is, I think it's represented to be a text from you to Johnny saying, hey, if they've talked to Brad and Patrick and you know that, what makes you think they're not going to come down here and talk to us about stuff? Do you remember sending a text like that?
No, but it sounds like something I would say, especially with it ruining our lives right now.
This would be back when when the police were coming around.
I don't know. I don't know why I would have texted something like that back then. Now, I could see more of a reason to say something like that now.
I'll read it one more time and maybe you can follow along.
Okay.
Quote, if they told us that they've already questioned Brad and Patrick, what makes you think they didn't tell them, I think Brad and Patrick, but that they were going to question us? You don't know if you ever wrote that.
I don't know if I.
Were you ever worried that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were going to be aware that you were talking to the police? Did that ever concern you?
No, I was never concerned on the SOS or anything like that either, because I think it's all stupid and they need to grow up.
I'm going to keep reading right off of this thing and keep going, and I think we got this much more, okay?
Okay.
Quote, on 11/20 of 2018, Taylor Hornaday was again interviewed by Ferenczi and Murphy at the Rushville PD.
Yes.
Quote, Taylor was asked how she recalled arguing with Messer during Valentine's Day week in 2017. She stated that in 2015, she had a miscarriage at 21 weeks, end quote. Is that true? A true statement?
No, I would never have said a miscarriage. So that right there, I can guarantee you is a twist of words, because I gave birth and our son lived for a few hours and he's passed away and he's actually buried in the cemetery right down the road. I would have never used the words miscarriage.
I'm sorry to hear that. A quote, her and Messer then had a child on June 2nd of 2016, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
In December of 2016, she became pregnant again. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, while pregnant during Valentine's weekend 2017, she states that they were moving from one residence to another, end quote. Is that a true statement?
If that's what I said, then if that's when the move was going on, yes.
And do you remember saying that? Oh, wait. And do you remember telling the police that?
I don't remember saying that.
Quote, she was angry with Messer because he was with the Vinlanders during this time, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I remember being mad that he wasn't helping me move. Yes, I remember being mad about that.
As you sit here, you don't know whether.
I don't know where he was.
Did you believe he was with the Vinlanders?
Yes.
Quote, she was angry with Messer because he was with the Vinlanders during this time, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she stated that she had to pack up all their stuff while pregnant and be responsible for their under 1-year-old son.
Yes.
End quote. Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she does not recall if Messer came home before, on, or after February 14th of 2017. End quote. Is that a true statement?
He always came home, so no, that's not. I don't know when he came home.
I'll read it again. Quote, she does not recall if Messer came home before, on, or after February 14th of 2017. End quote. Is that a true statement?
I'm going to say no, because he always came home. I wouldn't say that he just didn't come home, so no.
Okay, she's not listening to that because that's not what that says.
Mm-hmm.
He always came home every night. Johnny Messer did?
Yeah.
I know he went to Minnesota.
Right. That was a trip that they had planned. But like, as far as going up to a meeting or going anywhere and then just not coming back, that never happened.
Quote, Taylor said that Messer was driving her 2001 Chevy Red Suburban.
Yes.
Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, she recalls being even more angry with him because she noticed something like blood on the side of the vehicle. End quote. Is that a true statement?
There was something red on the front of the vehicle where it looked like he had hit an animal or something like that. And I had found an earring in the vehicle and I told him that too.
Tell me what you remember about the blood on the vehicle.
It was like on the front fender area on the driver's side.
And it was red in color? Hi, Punksy.
Well, the truck was red, so it was just a darker color red where it looked like something like that.
When blood gets a little bit older, it gets a different color. Is that what the color looked like?
It was just darker red, yes.
What color was the car? You said it's red, but there's different shades of red.
Like the bright red, like the bright Chevy red.
Kind of like that over there?
Yeah.
Where did you see it? Was it on a bumper? Was it on the hood?
So the front of the vehicle on the driver's side fender, like by the headlight.
Was it more on the front or more on the side, this red?
I would say more like, I don't know. Like if this was the car, the front left-hand corner right on the side, the tire wheel well.
More on the side than on the front.
Yeah.
How much of this red substance was there?
Noticeable.
Did you ever ask Johnny what that was? That red substance was on the vehicle?
No, I think I said, I remember waking up one morning when he came in and the smell just woke me up because he had hit a skunk. I don't know if you've ever smelled a raw skunk, but I don't know.
Quote, she remembers needing to take the vehicle to a car wash and using the tire brush to get it off, end quote.
Yeah.
Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
When you saw this red substance, was it Valentine's week, that time frame?
I can't recall.
Quote, at the time she assumed Messer had hit an animal, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, her only recollection of the time period is 30 to 60 days after Valentine's Day 2017 that she noticed the substance. End quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yeah.
Quote, Taylor believed that Holder was a Vinlander probate with Westfall and Messer, but he did not make it in, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes. He didn't come around much.
Do you know what happened with Brad Holder, why he didn't make it?
No.
Did Johnny tell you why Brad Holder was no longer in the Vinlanders?
No.
Who left the Vinlanders first, if you know, Johnny Messer or Brad Holder?
I would say Holder because Johnny was still in contact with Patrick until I burst the bubble on not telling him about his daughter.
Quote, Taylor confirmed that Messer used fake Facebook pages and one of the names he was using was Chun Li, end quote. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Quote, she stated that Westfall used the Facebook name of Jagger Tierson, end quote.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Quote, she was unaware of any Facebook pages used by Holder, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Quote, Taylor was not familiar with Elvis Fields, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Quote, Taylor stated that Messer did know Rod Abrams, end quote. Is that a true statement?
No, I still don't know who Rod Abrams is.
That's you saying that you didn't know Rod Abrams. But what this report says is that, quote, Taylor stated that Messer did know Rod Abrams, end quote.
I don't believe that's true.
And you don't believe you told that to the police?
I don't believe I did.
Interesting. Quote, she said that Messer and his mother currently live in the house where Abrams used to live at, end quote. Is that a true statement?
I don't recall.
I mean, it seems like a very specific thing.
I don't recall that.
Is it possible that you've just forgotten?
It is possible.
So Johnny may have known Rod Abrams.
He may have, yeah.
Quote, she said Messer and his friends called Abrams Rod Chester, pronouncing it in a way that made Abrams' speech. End quote. I think it's supposed to say made fun of Abrams' speech. End quote. Does that ring a bell?
Yes. Is there a nickname that this Rod Abrams goes by or something?
Well, let me reread it because I think it's in there actually. A quote, she said Messer and his friends called Abrams Rod Chester, pronouncing it in a way that made fun of Abrams' speech, end quote. And I'm adding the word fun because I think that's what's supposed to be there.
I recall the way they would refer to that, but I didn't know that person is related to the Rod Abrams.
It seems like you indicated that you didn't know who Rod Abrams was.
I still don't, but I've heard Johnny say Rochester, but I didn't know that's affiliated with this person.
In this paragraph, you do. Messer did know Rod Abrams. Quote, she said that Abrams and his mother currently live there in the house where Abrams used to live, and that Messer and his friends called him Rod Chester. And you just did the...
Right, but I didn't know Rochester is Rod Abrams. So they're probably saying something about this Rochester person and me saying, yeah, they made fun of the name. And then they're saying, I do know Rod, but I don't.
Was Johnny Messer worried that being affiliated with the Vinlanders might affect his sentencing on any criminal matters, if you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, I think I might be done. Let me double check. I don't know that people are saying that Johnny was involved in the murders, okay, but that he could have errantly, not knowing, connected people that might be involved in the murders with Brad Holder or Patrick Westfall, people from down here in Rushville. Would you know whether or not Johnny Messer ever connected Elvis Fields with Brad Holder or Patrick Westfall?
No, I don't think he did.
Or Rod Abrams, that he connected Rod Abrams?
Like I said, I had the spyware on Johnny's phone. where I could see messages and phone calls. I could hear ambient things going around. That never happened. The police have that phone.
He had multiple phones, though. I mean, he had burner phones and other types of phones, did he not?
We didn't have money like that. No, Johnny never worked. I was the only one that worked. He had his one phone, and if it would break or something, he'd get a different phone.
I didn't go into this because it didn't really pertain, but now it kind of does. It says here that, quote, Taylor Hornaday called, end quote. This is from 1/28 of 2019. Quote, Taylor Hornaday called yesterday stating she was cleaning her house and found a phone that she wanted to turn in. Click went over to Taylor's house, picked it up. Click opened up the phone and noted the phone number is blah, blah, blah. He also found 3 Google Voice numbers being used on this phone. This one, which goes to Delphi. This one that goes to Roanne, and this one that goes to Covington. And then another phone number, this one was being activated with the Delphi prefix, end quote. Do you know what any of that means?
No.
Okay, that's really fucking interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that Johnny had other phones that you didn't know about?
No. Finding phones, there are so many people when they're doing drugs, they'll just trade stuff. You know what I mean? They had TVs, I would find SD cards. It was a nightmare. But anything that I found that I thought was specific or I thought could help, I turned it all in.
I appreciate that, and I think everybody does, because we're all after the truth here. We really are.
Yeah.
I believe that about you. I really do. One thing I want to ask, though, is if Brad Holder, you know who Elvis Fields is now, right?
I do now, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how Brad Holder knew that Elvis Fields existed on the planet Earth.
I have no idea.
And Johnny Messer is a guy that would know both of them.
I understand that, but I don't know how. I don't see why they would make the connection. I don't see why Johnny would make that connection for them.
He's never said anything about that to you.
No.
He's never uttered the word Elvis Fields to you.
No.
Even to this very day.
No.
That's all the questions I have. Knees.
What the fuck? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So these subpoenas, are they going to be public? Public is all over these. I don't want my name on that because really, I've worked so hard to buy my own agency. I've bought them 2 businesses and merged them into one. I'll lose everything because people associated with this. I mean, Johnny has had to change jobs, but that's all on him. I don't want to ruin everything I've worked for.
I can tell you this. The subpoena is not a public record. It's something that we're handing you. Now, it doesn't mean that I won't be asking you to come in and testify. That could happen, or it may not happen. Part of that may depend on how the deposition goes with Johnny. I don't know.
I will help out any way that I can. I just want to remain anonymous.
I don't know that that's going to be possible. I'm not just saying this. If I can make that happen, I will. There's a lot of unknowns right now. That's all, okay? But thank you for asking. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Johnny was very polite to me when he asked to move his depot, and that's why I was able to do that. And you are the same way, so thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Latroll says, I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Hornaday Scott. If you could just confirm for me, because it's kind of related to some timeline, Tucker's birthday.
June 2nd, 2016.
And when you referred to, I think it was in a report, and Mr. Baldwin read it to you, where you talked about your frustrations with Johnny, spending time up there. To you here in Rushville, up there meant where?
Indianapolis.
Were you in any way meaning to communicate Delphi?
No.
Do you know if Johnny's ever been to Delphi?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you believe he has?
I don't know.
Has he ever told you that he's been to Delphi?
No.
Have you ever been there?
No.
And to your knowledge, he does not know Elvis Fields.
I mean, not that I'm aware of.
He might, but you're not aware.
Correct. With the whole, because Billy having a roommate, that's what you guys were saying. I don't know his name. I don't know anything about him.
You indicated you feel like your words have been twisted.
Yes.
Explain what you mean by that, and are there any examples?
The biggest example of all, the example of Taylor stated that she had a miscarriage. I would have never said that. I would never have ever. I got into an argument with my medical doctor because he said a miscarriage because it wasn't a miscarriage. I gave birth to a baby who was breathing. That right there is valid proof that my words have been twisted because I would have never said that.
Okay, I'm going to ask a side question here. What happened to the pregnancy from 2017?
She had them. She had it.
She doesn't have 2 kids with Johnny. She only has 1.
Because they lost one.
But the one they lost is before Tucker.
And then she got pregnant with
Tucker.
Yeah,
She was pregnant in
that was
2015.
2015.
Gave
You're
birth,
right.
not a miscarriage. Gets pregnant with Tucker, has him in 2016.
And then
Gets
gets
pregnant
pregnant
again
in
at the end of
December.
2016. And 2017, Valentine, she's pregnant and upset. What happened to that baby?
So 2 things. It's possible she lost another baby, which would be awful.
Right.
Or she
But I'm just
had a
wondering if
baby
if she had a miscarriage with that baby,
in
then is that where
2017.
in 2017? Where's that baby?
Or she had the baby and just nobody knows about it because she's trying not to. But then why wouldn't they ask her about it?
Well, they would know that. I mean, the baby at this point would be like 6 years old, 7 years old. You know what I mean?
Okay, I think Johnny did say he has a 7-year-old.
That's Tucker.
And then the other child he lost would have been 9, he said.
Correct. So where's
And
the
the
third?
twins are also 9.
That's with a different mom.
Which means he got Taylor and
His ex.
that Nikki pregnant at the same time in 2016. I don't know. The daughter, or no, she's older, I think.
There's the old, yeah, she's like 18. That's Brooklyn. I'm just trying to figure out, like, where's this other baby? And is this why there's a whole miscarriage communication? Because I don't know. Okay. And that may or may not be an example of someone, a male, definitely not appreciating the huge difference between a miscarriage and a newborn dying.
I don't think it's fair to take that and say that all of her words were twisted, because it's not necessarily that she didn't, like, she might not have used the word miscarriage, or maybe she
But
did.
medically, I'm
she's
not
even
sure.
saying her doctor said miscarriage.
Right.
So they could have just been going with what the medical doctor, you know what I mean?
Right.
Or maybe she said to them, the medical doctor said I had a miscarriage.
Right. I don't know. It's very confusing because there's still another pregnancy that's like just out there. Okay. Do you know of any words being twisted in ways that is more, in your view, incriminating of someone, either Johnny or someone else in this murder or these murders?
From the report that he just read?
From anything that you've come across where you feel like your words have been twisted.
Where they said that Taylor said Johnny stated that he killed people. He's never told me that. I don't remember ever saying that. He said that he's hurt people, yeah, but he's a man. He can be just trying to say that.
Were there situations where Johnny would boast or want people to think that he was capable of violence as part of the drug world that he was involved in?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Tell me the timeline, and it may have been some on and off time going on, that your relationship with Johnny Messer, what time did that cover?
Since I was 14 years old.
Holy shit. Okay.
We were best friends since I was 14. And when I got with my ex-husband, him and Johnny became best friends. Like, they were literally like a brother, as we could say in that term.
So from the time you were 14,
Mm-hmm.
and how long ago, what year would you have been 14?
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Right now I'm 35. I'm not good at subtraction.
21 years ago. And when did you break up with Johnny? When did your relationship end?
2017 or 2018. After he got arrested, then he got released. He tried to do the whole house arrest thing at my house, and that just wasn't going to happen.
So 2018, you were 29,
Yeah.
approximately. So from age 14 to 29.
Yeah. I was involved. Like his oldest daughter, Brooklyn, I was in the hospital room while she was being born with her mom and him. We were very close. And then Johnny ended up getting full custody of Brooklyn, and I always helped him raise her too.
In the time of 2018, 2019, were you disappointed in Johnny and frustrated with his behavior?
Yeah, I would say yes.
You made a comment early on about Officer Click and who would play him in the movie.
Yes, I'll never forget that.
Tell me about that.
It was, I believe, the second time that he invited me over to be questioned, and he told me that they're really onto something, and when they solve this and they make a movie out of it, and then they redacted it.
Why would that be redacted?
Don't know. So now it's you, I'm
For
guessing.
us, the result of the forgery counterfeiting charge that was dropped.
Yes.
What about the maintaining?
I got a misdemeanor diversion because I've never been in trouble before.
That resulted in no conviction or being,
It's not removed. It was under a misdemeanor
it was under a misdemeanor sentence. I thought she got in trouble for meth.
because there was meth in the house.
Right. Why she said I'd never been in trouble, so I got a misdemeanor diversion in 2018.
I don't know. She said it was a felony first. It was a misdemeanor. After I completed my probation, I got a misdemeanor treatment. I pled guilty to that because I was guilty.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Yeah, the redactions are insane. It doesn't even make sense why. I have no idea. Okay, back to Mr. Baldwin. Would your mind change about Johnny Messer facilitating a meeting between Elvis Fields, or at least communication between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder, if you were to learn if it's true that Johnny has admitted that he knows Elvis Fields?
It wouldn't change my mind. I still would not think that Johnny. No,
I'm not even talking about getting involved to do anything nefarious. You said that Johnny, to this very day, has never mentioned Elvis and doesn't know Elvis, right?
correct.
What happens if Johnny Messer has already admitted, I know Elvis Fields? Does that have any impact on you?
It does not.
Why not?
This is a small town. People know people. I mean, no.
If he knows Elvis, if that were the case, and he knows Brad Holder, and that's the case, why would you think that he might not innocently connect those two?
I wouldn't see what the connection would be for.
They want to get involved in Vinlanders.
I have no idea about that. I don't know about that. I can't speak on that.
Sure, okay. So even just an innocent connection between Brad Holder and Elvis facilitated by Johnny Messer, you just don't think that's likely to have happened.
I do not.
I'd be very curious if these people are all just friends on Facebook and they just found each other that way. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
Elvis is
but if Johnny Messer admitted to knowing him,
if
why
he
is she
knows
so hesitant to say that he would be right? Like, why would she say, I still don't think that, like,
because now everything she's saying that was twisted is literally to cover for
Johnny?
Johnny doing anything that could still get him in trouble to this day. If he killed somebody,
Correct.
there is no statute of limitations.
Correct.
And the only other thing that pisses her off is the miscarriage situation, which I think is just a technical, I don't think there's anything to that. Everything else is her literally saying that Johnny never shot somebody in the hand. She knows somebody was shot in the hand, but not that it was Johnny. Johnny
Right.
never said he killed people. He just said he hurt people.
Right.
Hold on.
She doesn't want to say that he said he's killed people because that would like open him up to being investigated, I guess.
Okay. Okay, and the same goes for Rod Abrams. You don't believe that Johnny Messer has ever said anything about Rod Abrams to you, correct?
Correct.
But yet she said that he lived in the house that Rod Abrams lived in.
Mm-hmm. Rod Chester.
Yeah, you don't believe, even as you sit here today, that Rod Abrams knows Johnny Messer.
Correct.
And the same goes with, as you sit here today, you don't think that Johnny Messer knows Ned Smith.
Correct.
That's all. You get a chance to read it and review it.
Okay.
You don't have to, but you would get it. And the main thing is that name spelled correctly. I think I said start, and it says starts if you needed to correct anything.
Can I just get a copy of it?
Well, you would get a copy of it to review.
Then it doesn't really do me any good.
That's a weird ending.
That is a weird ending.
Why did it end like that? Okay.
Like, what good would it have done? So if he says you're going to get a oh, I think I know. I bet you I know.
Oh, she wants it right now, so she can just hand it to Johnny.
Correct.
Yeah, doesn't really do me any good because I can't just hand it to Johnny.
Correct.
You're going to get a copy of it later to review. Well, I don't really fucking need it later to review because he's already going to be deposed by then.
Well, he's basically saying, I'm going to hand it to you right now for you to review right now and then sign off on it and give it back to me. And she's like,
Right.
well, that's not going to do me any good because then I can't give it to Johnny.
Right.
So interesting.
Yeah, she definitely wanted to give it to Johnny.
So I'm thinking, sorry, the Phillies are playing. or they just won. So
She called ECS about domestic violence when there was none. So she worse talking when mad or better talking when not mad. Yeah. She wants to get him in trouble, and then now they get along great, and she's very proud of everything that he's done and doesn't want him to be in trouble for anything. So everything that she wants to say that was twisted by Click or anything like that is only based on Johnny still being able to get in trouble. Everything else is okay besides the miscarriage.
you also have to remember that Johnny literally rescheduled his deposition so it would be after hers, and his wife is there at Taylor's deposition and apparently tried to come inside because Andy makes a comment about that he can't tell her not to talk. He can't tell her not to talk to Johnny about her deposition, but he can tell her, meaning Carrie, not to come inside the room.
Correct. Yeah, she's not an attorney. I didn't know if I was going to need an attorney, so I brought my baby daddy's wife. That doesn't, yeah, the whole thing
Sounds
doesn't
like
make
they really wanted to know what she was saying.
Mm-hmm. And obviously Johnny can't go because Johnny's at the doctor. Checks out, Mav says. Checks out. Okay, can we take an intermission really quick? I have to use the restroom.
Yes.
Okay, I will be right back. You can play your slideshow, whatever you did yesterday. I'll be right back. And yes, Chelsea, I agree.
I knew we had some fans.
What if any?
We're on a commercial break. This is an intermission.
Okay, Sleuthy, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. I got my dinner too at the same time, so.
Very good. I'm making pretzels, soft pretzels, real fast.
I'm gonna scarf down some breakfast. Sniper! Sniper, where have you been? I have missed you. Still impressed by the lolly drawing?
We would have got some good ones if Coburger would have went to trial.
Oh yeah, we would have.
I should have did like a drawing. I should have did a thing of Donna Adelson's face when she found out she was guilty.
She already knew she was guilty.
When she said, "Oh my God, you convicted an innocent woman."
I'm gonna die in there. Okay, so how long is Turco's?
I don't know, but I told Teresa before we started that like I envisioned Turco with like a British accent. Oh, let me change my picture.
His selfies have made some good. BK's selfies have made some good edits.
I should do the one of Brad Holder in his shower.
At the Spine and Brain Specialist VA in Cali. I wonder if that's by me. Well, Sniper, I was so worried about you. I'm so glad that you're doing okay. I have thought about you multiple times. It's so good to see you. Yeah, Turco deserves a British accent. Turco looks good with Taylor's name. I'm just scarfing down some breakfast real quick.
There we go.
Turco looks exactly how I expected.
Same.
All right, let me blow this up.
Metal allergy.
I wonder how much of this, yeah, the metal allergy. I wonder how much of this is redacted. I have not looked at this at all.
I haven't read it yet, but I received Angela's unglued and unhinged text messages while she was reading it.
Oh, where is she?
I don't know. She's tweeting a bunch. She was last time I looked. She basically is CH, but I envision Alessi liking, if not preferring, dippy eggs, and Teresa does not.
No, I do
Add that
not
to the
like
list.
dippy eggs.
That's a question the next person to interview him needs to ask. How he
I'm
prefers his
having
eggs.
banana pancakes and
Oh
bacon and
God!
sausage, and
You can't
I'm
be
having banana
serious.
pancakes
For
for
crying out.
real. And then some sausage, some bacon, and some scrambled eggs.
Mm.
The rest of the family is eating. They eat their banana pancakes with chocolate chips. I do not.
Yeah, no. You know what might be good though? Is those peanut butter chocolate chips.
Maybe. Unindicted. Okay, so give me just a hot second. Let me finish this off real quick. I don't want to be. I love breakfast for dinner. But I don't want to be chewing while I'm reading. So give me just a hot minute.
Sucks for you all because I don't care. Do.
Somebody said that Bob's going live. When's Bob going live?
Not sure. I did get a text from Allie asking me if I had like organized trial transcripts. So perhaps they're reading that.
No way.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I have YouTube open? I guess I do. Let me go look. Yeah, I don't. This is what Richard Allen's jail calls revealed. I don't know. Okay. All right, so now we're going to do Turco. So Jeffrey, Mr. Rosie actually gets up in this.
Hold on. I have to get Mom situated with her food, her late night snack.
We're going to do Jeffrey Turco, who's the professor who was contacted about the crime scene. And he actually gets questioned by Rosie, which Rosie hasn't done much in the depositions that we've read so far. So it's interesting. Yeah, being breakfast for dinner. Yummy. All right, we'll just wait for Mom. Turco wrote stuff on Timothy McVeigh way back in the day. Did he really? Andy, me too. I think that he has a better way of asking the questions. But I do feel like Baldwin did really well with Taylor. Probably the best deposition he's done, in my opinion. Yeah, he did at the beginning. He said that it took him until they went in April of 2023 when the Odin patches were on the guards before he even kind of started taking any of it seriously. But that was still more Andy's thing than anybody else's. Yes, that's Turco. That is Professor Turco. Shibby. It's from the college website. Young Black Economist, I agree with you. it's not a personal thing against the attorneys. I feel like they dropped the ball. I feel like they got flustered. I feel like the games that McClellan was playing got to their head. The whole, getting kicked off. I mean, Baldwin even said on one of the interviews, I don't remember which one it is now, but he was talking about like how he had to like take a break from everything because he was like in a major depression over it, Hi, Peggy. Rosie's like, we all know why we are here, so let's not fuck around with the small talk. Yeah, he doesn't have time for that. Baldwin's the conversationalist. But I could also see like when Baldwin would say like there's not attorneys in like Indiana that he doesn't really get along with. I could absolutely see why, because he's just a friendly guy. Like, how do you get mad at him all the time? You know what I mean? Like, how do you be mean to Andy? I mean, McClellan didn't have any issues, and Gold doesn't have any issues doing it, but
Okay, I'm putting on my jammy jams.
putting on your what?
My jammy jams. I got
Okay.
pajamas that say they're like a bunch of like, what are they called? The people with the fangs?
The people with the
Vampires.
bangs?
With the fangs, vampires. There's like a bunch of vampire fangs on it. It says, "Let's fang out."
Did you just say it? What do you call the people with the fangs?
Yeah, I couldn't think of it. I
You
said,
totally
"Oh,
brain,
suck
you
blood." I forgot.
totally brain farted on vampires?
I lose words sometimes.
That happens.
All right, let me get Turco pulled up here. Okay.
Okay, you ready? So this is by Brad Rosie. So Jeffrey Turco, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. Mr. Rosie says, okay, on the record, State versus Richard Allen, present or myself. He does the whole thing. Prosecutor Diener, Prosecutor McClellan, and Jeffrey Turco. I'm guessing.
That's correct.
Since we just got acquainted.
That is correct.
Have you ever taken a deposition before?
No, this is the first time.
All right. Basically, what I'm going to do is ask you some questions today. Miss Barrett is recording the answers. A couple of things. One, try to do your best to answer audibly and not shake your head and mumble and things like that.
Sure.
Because it's hard for her to pick those up on the recording.
Of course.
But otherwise, if I have to correct you or just kind of remind you, don't take that personally. We're just trying to get a clean record. Do you understand that?
Absolutely.
And if you need to stop for any reason, whether it's water or restrooms, they're actually right behind us.
Okay.
Let us know, hey, I need to use the restroom, and we'll stop.
Very good.
And we'll try to get you.
My understanding is that the man's restroom on the 3rd floor is under construction and one has to go to the 1st floor.
Yeah, actually, there's one right here behind us in this little room here. We're good. Mr. Baldwin says it's not a great one. Mr. Rosie's like, anyway, do you understand all that?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what your name is.
My name is Jeffrey Turco.
Professor Turco, how old are you?
I'm 51 years old.
What do you do for a living?
I am Associate Professor of German, Comparative Literature, and Religious Studies at Purdue University.
Do you work anywhere else?
Not regularly. I occasionally teach summer courses at the University of Chicago.
So what's your highest level of education?
PhD, Cornell University, 1999.
In what discipline is your PhD? What area of study?
Sure. My diploma is in Germanic Studies.
What did you do, if anything, to prepare for this deposition today?
I reviewed the report that I wrote and submitted to the authorities in 2017. I reviewed the image files, the figures that I was provided with at that time, and I reviewed some other notes in my possession.
You mentioned your report. I have in front of me what is actually an 11-page report. 10 pages are numbered, and then there's some markings or some diagrams on the last page that's not numbered. Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
I believe we're talking about the same thing. Mine is only 10 pages. I'm not sure where the 11th page.
I'm just going to show you here as we're sitting here. Here are the diagrams that I have.
Oh, I see.
that were color coded. Is that something you recognize?
Yes, that is my coloration and markup of this figure here that was provided to me by the authorities.
Okay, I want you to look before you answer. Just compare that with the image you just showed me,
Mm-hmm.
or the sketches you just showed me, and make sure it's the same thing with the exception of the coloration, just so we're comparing apples to apples.
Yes, it corresponds to one of the 2 image files that I was provided with. In addition, there is a more complete rendering
Okay,
of the line drawings, and in my report, there's
Mr. Baldwin says, here you are. We're gonna be in this circumstance where we're throwing stuff across the table.
this is where the wide table turns into a disadvantage. In addition, there's a 3rd iteration of those images on page 2 of my report.
All right, back to Rosie. Oh yeah, we may have to clarify some of these unnumbered documents later, but I think we're all looking at the same thing. Do you generally agree?
That seems to be the case, yes.
All right, I'm sorry. I asked you what you did in preparation. You said you reviewed your reports and some diagrams and looked at some notes that you had.
That's correct.
Anything else? Talk to anyone?
I spoke to Prosecutor McClelland
When was that roughly?
I spoke to him yesterday concerning the deposition
All right.
and what that is, what it is for.
Sure. Anybody else?
There are 1 or 2 friends who I have in the loop, but no one beyond that.
Okay. Are you talking about people that are in the loop in terms of the details of this case?
No,
You're talking about friends that you have that know that you're involved.
correct.
Did you talk to them about any of the details of the case?
No,
Just the fact that you were coming today.
yes,
The process?
that's right.
All right. Well, kind of in a nutshell, if you would describe to me what it means to have a PhD in the Germanic studies or in Germanic studies. I don't want to be too loose about this, and I'm apologizing already if I am. I don't live in the academic world anymore.
Yes,
If you can answer that question just to give me background, that would be great.
sure. Well, I began my academic career as a college German major. And then in graduate school, I was a graduate student in the German studies program. And within that program, I focused on medieval Germanic literatures. So the medieval literatures of Germany and Scandinavia, specifically medieval Iceland.
Those are 2 geographic regions. Those 2 geographic regions are connected culturally. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say it.
There's a broad connection. They are Germanic cultures and Germanic languages, but no, they are not identical.
But in terms of like the migration of humans, it sounds like there's a connection between them.
There's a very ancient, broad historical connection in terms of the migrations, but what that goes certainly well earlier than my period of expertise.
Have you ever testified in a courtroom?
No.
Hold on real quick. Marissa says, is it normal in the US for people giving statements to police to not receive a printed copy of it for them to refer back to in the future? Yeah, they don't get a copy of it. So like in a deposition, they're sent a copy for them to just make sure everything is spelled correctly once the court reporter has it done. And then they sign off that there was nothing that is varying from what they believe was said, or that there's no typos. And they just sign it and send it back. But like a police report, when you go in and you file a police report, you have to actually request to have a copy of it. And then you can have a copy of like a police report you filed, or you can go in and request a copy of a police report that's filed against you. But like if I'm just sitting in the like an interrogation room giving a statement to an officer, they don't provide me with anything. But if I have to testify, they have to give it to me to quote unquote refresh my recollection. And then once it does, I can then answer the questions. I can't read from the report. But no, you're not just given statements for later use. So are you generally familiar? I mean, you understand why you're here today, right? At this point?
My understanding is that I'm here to answer any questions that I can and possibly clarify some of my earlier statements and remarks if that's helpful.
Very good. Are you following this particular criminal case, on your own time?
I have not. I did. This is not my media market. I don't really follow the news. I'm the typical college professor who's sitting around grading papers, reading old books, So there was sort of an upswing in the tension in the case last fall. I read maybe a couple paper articles, and then I outsourced that to friends. If there's anything interesting, let me know.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that shit myself. If you find something in there, let me know. Sure. Yeah, that's so that's kind of how you're getting information, is through some of your friends that are kind of doing your own work for you.
I mean, information to the extent that someone might have said, hey, you came up in my Google News search. That's about the extent of it.
Tell me how many times you've been in contact with law enforcement dating back to 2017.
Let me think. A handful of times.
Yeah, can you kind of walk me through maybe chronologically?
Yeah, well, sure. So I was first contacted in February of 2017 by my department head, Maddie Henry, who was responding to an inquiry from the Purdue police, which my understanding was passed down from the state police and in turn passed down to them from the FBI. So I think that is the chain. And I received an email with the subject heading request regarding Viking history. And it looks like I met with, excuse me, let me go back here. Yes, that's correct. I believe on February the 28th or thereabouts, I met with Sergeant Buckley of the state police. And there was also an FBI agent present whose name escapes me.
Nicole Robertson?
Nicole sounds familiar. I met with them in my office on Purdue campus, I believe on the 28th of February. And within about 24 hours, produced this report that you have
Sure.
in your possession.
What about meetings beyond that? I'm just trying to kind of map out the whole circuit here,
Yeah.
so I have some context.
So my memory of Sergeant Buckley and the other agent is that we only met once. There is some confusion in my mind as to whether we met once or possibly there may have been a follow-up meeting about a week after that on the 8th, because in the email chain, I make some reference in an email on the 8th that it was good to see them. It was nice meeting them this afternoon. So there may have been a follow-up meeting, perhaps after the submission of the report to go over it, but I don't have a clear recollection.
The date, you're talking about the 8th being the date you submitted the report?
So the report, I believe, was submitted on March the 2nd. So I believe February the 28th was the meeting. I turned out the report basically over the 1st. I submitted it on the 2nd, plus minus an in-person follow-up, maybe just with Sergeant Buckley on the 8th, but I cannot say, unfortunately.
How did you submit that report? Was it sent by email?
By email.
To whom?
To Sergeant Buckley.
Anyone else?
No.
All right. So then after March of 2017, I should say since the date you may or may not have had another follow-up, when would the next contact have been?
The next contact would have been 6 years later.
So that would have been this past fall.
Correct.
How did that occur and with whom?
There was a little email back and forth with the Detective Rosenbarger of the Purdue University Police trying to set up a meeting, and there was a bit of back and forth with him. I was unsure at the time of the subject of that meeting. Occasionally, it's happened before that members of the faculty are approached by the university police. Maybe somebody scrolled some nasty graffiti in German and they want to know, if it's
Something bad or not? Oh, wait, that's still you.
something bad or not. So I was unaware up until the day of the meeting and the meeting itself, which I believe was September the 17th, 2023, that this was regarding this case. And then that was with, I'm not sure what its rank but with Detective Rosenbarger and
Trooper Holman?
Holman.
So that was the interview that was recorded.
Correct.
Did you listen to that before you came in today?
I listened to it, yes. I haven't listened to it again recently, but I listened to it soon after it was released.
Did I give that to you or did I send it to you with the email the other day?
You didn't, and I didn't bring it because I assumed you already had it.
I was thinking maybe I either gave you the transcribed version.
I haven't seen a transcript.
Okay. So any other context since that meeting with Trooper Holman other than your meeting with Mr. McClelland?
There was a phone call from Trooper Holman. I could give you an exact by checking my phone, but let's say about a week ago or two, advising me that a subpoena rather, was forthcoming.
That was it? Just kind of logistical or scheduling issues?
Yes, just giving me a heads up.
No talk about anything else?
No, not really.
Tell me, let's take ourselves back to 2017, February and March.
Right.
What information were you given? I know we just had a discussion about some diagrams,
hmm
but just tell me in totality, what information were you given before you issued your report about this case?
Right. I was provided with these 3 image files. This is sort of the more complete rendering of the linear figures. This is some investigators' cleaned up version of the same, including those lines that I believe were felt to be more intentional. And in addition, there was this rendering which I could never make anything of and never commented on. Beyond that, there was the discussion with Sergeant Buckley and the FBI agent, and there was not a great deal of information provided. Of course, the initial contact that I had received was with the subject heading request regarding Viking history. So there was already a kind of interpretive framework in place with that email. And of course, if one comes to a professor of Germanic studies with strange looking markings, that there's already a kind of framework imposed on that, right? There might be some suspicion that there's potentially a runic background to these figures. The detectives, they didn't seek out the Egyptologist because they didn't look like hieroglyphics to them. They didn't seek out the Assyriologist because they didn't look like cuneiform writings. So the fact that they came to me already was suggestive to my mind of what they might have been thinking.
Okay.
And the subject heading of the email, again, was part of that framework. Otherwise, I was not, at no point, the only information I was given were these renderings. The crime scene was not described. The agents were very tight lipped. They appeared to be careful not to provide too much information. And I agreed to study the images and see what I could come up with. And obviously, since they had come to me and given the framing of the emails, I had it in my head that they might suspect a runic background. Again, why else come to me? And I offered to exhaust that possibility as a kind of working hypothesis. That is to say, if these were some kind of runically inspired figures, then certainly for the purposes of a criminal investigation, one would want to know then what they say or what they might possibly mean. So that's the framework of my 2017 report, to give the strongest possible reading of those figures, if that's what they are, as potential evidence and to exhaust it. So that's my task in the 2017 report.
Okay, I was just asking you about what you reviewed, and what you're telling me is basically those 3 exhibits that you had there?
Correct.
And you talked to some police officers briefly, but they didn't give you much information, and that was the information you had?
That's right.
Okay.
I think I was able to coax out of them that at some point that, again, what appeared to be potential figures were rendered in sticks.
Okay.
That was, I thought, important for me to know. That's about it.
All right, we're going to go off the record for just a second. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do, Professor. We're going to improvise a little bit. I'm just going to write a number on here, and then we'll get you copies. It's a lunch hour, and people go to lunch around here, so the offices are closed. So Defendant's Exhibit A, Defendant's Exhibit B, and C. Take a quick look at those. I mark those 3 exhibits, or those 3 documents, as A, B, and C. Basically, A and B being diagrams of lines or sticks, or however you want to describe it, and C being the photo of the tree, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that point, then, after you were approached by law enforcement officers, did you feel like you were adequately equipped with information to render an opinion?
I wasn't sure.
Did you ask for more information from them?
No, I did not.
And you spent some time and ultimately generated a 10-page report, right?
That's correct.
So you didn't see any crime scene photos or anything like that,
That's correct.
other than this potential tree photo that you've got here.
Correct.
Did you involve anybody else? I think the answer is probably yes, since I heard your statement.
Yeah.
You called somebody overseas, is that right?
He may have been overseas at the time. No, I reached out to a colleague in the field, and
What was his name?
if it's possible, I would prefer to keep his name off the record. The context of his involvement at the time was predicated in keeping his name off of it.
I think that's already in the documents. He was at Harvard.
Oh, wait.
Wait. That's
No.
fine. Where did he teach?
I think that's
Yeah.
already in the documents. He was at Harvard.
Professor Harvard, you talked to him?
Professor Harvard, yes.
It's like a clue game. That's fine with me.
Sure.
Why did you call Professor Harvard?
Well, foremost, because I'm not a runologist, and runology is a very specialized subfield within Old Norse studies. And so I have the knowledge of, say a general practitioner in the field. I'm an ear, nose, and throat doctor. If you come to me with a heart condition, I've been to medical school. I understand something about the circulatory system, but I also know enough to know when it's time to issue a referral. So this was me getting a second opinion.
Okay.
And so I reached out to him. He himself, as I believe I mentioned, is also not a full time academic runologist. There, to my knowledge, really are no such specialists in this country. They tend to be in Sweden, Denmark, Norway, countries that have significant sources, significant runic inscriptions and stones. We have none.
I think you mentioned that in your audio statement that you might be able to even get a referral to somebody overseas. Is that what you're talking about?
I certainly would be happy to provide the name of such an expert.
So you sought out assistance of a friend or a colleague
Both, yes.
who also has a deep wealth of knowledge.
Yes.
I'm assuming if he teaches at Harvard, one can assume he's probably pretty well versed in this particular area or time period in history. Can we just be that general about it?
That's certainly accurate.
I'm not going to get into a vocabulary war with somebody that speaks a language I don't, so bear with me for being a little loose.
Of course.
Let's talk about your report.
Mm-hmm.
All right, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
All right, so the first paragraph there I'm referring to where it says summary. The first sentence says it's not self-evident that these markings are runic descriptions. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay, do you agree with me that in your audio statement that you provided, or the statement that you provided that was audio recorded back in September of 2023, that you did say that those markings certainly appear to be some sort of attempt at a runic script? You said those words?
I would have to check the record to see if those are my exact words. I think any perceived contradiction between my considered opinion, as stated in a report, and the interview is in appearance only. There's a context to those comments that I think is perhaps not clear to somebody who is simply listening to the audio. I'm speaking with two detectives who are familiar with my conclusions in my 2017 report. And so I think it points in that interview that I'm speaking from the perspective of the speculative hypothesis that I entertained in the 2017 report. There are perhaps points in that interview where, I would have liked to have been more careful with my precise wording, speaking to an audience to whom that broader context was unclear.
All right, well, let me unpack that for a minute.
Sure.
Well, I'm looking for the audio, which I did have ready to go. And of course, all right, I've actually got the statement here. Let me hand you what I'm going to mark as defendant's D, and let me direct your attention to page 5.
Sure.
I'm going to step over here just because we're kind of looking at the same document, if that's okay.
Yeah, and this is...
You want to look at the cover sheet just to make sure I'm not buffaloing you with something. It's an interview here that you did with an Officer Buckley on September 19th of 2023 at 3:09 p.m.
That sounds right.
The officer you mentioned earlier, Mr. Rosenberger, was present?
That's right, yeah. And this transcript was produced by...
I'm not sure who did it. Maybe Sharon here, actually. I thought maybe I'd check the back page to see if there's any... I don't see anything on there. I'm not sure who it was produced by. I think I had Sharon do it. So page 5 at the top here, specifically, line 1 reads lines 1 through 9, if you would. Read lines 1 through 9, if you would.
That's, I believe, Holman speaking.
Oh, 3 through 10.
Yeah, no.
I'm just asking you to read the lines. Just read them.
Yeah.
There's no question yet.
No, that's
No,
what
that's
it said.
Read them to yourself.
I see. Okay.
I know you haven't done this before. Just read them to yourself. Then I'm going to ask you some questions about those.
Mm-hmm.
Those are your words, right? Yes or no?
They appear, as far as I know, they look familiar.
Would it be better if I just dug this audio up and let you listen to the whole thing?
That's fine.
I mean, I want to make it easy. I don't want you to think I'm trying, that I'm trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just asking you if these are your words.
Well, they look familiar. Not having heard the audio recently, I can't say what... I think that's supposed to say whether they're precisely my words.
Give me a second. I'll find the audio here and we'll just do it that way. Let's do it that way. Professor Turco, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cue this up and we're going to listen to it so it's fresh in your mind about what you said, and we don't have to keep referring to this document.
Sounds good.
Fair enough? All right. This is a 20-minute and 48-second interview. The following audio was played. You want to be, I'll be Jerry Holman and your Turco. Fucking Holcomb. I'm Jerry Holcomb with the Indiana State Police. With me is Lieutenant Rosenberger with Purdue and Professor Jeff Turco.
Turco.
Jeffrey Turco. It is Tuesday, September 19th, approximately 3:09. And I appreciate you meeting with us. I know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Matt's been trying now for what, three or 4 weeks to find a time, but
yeah.
I'm busy, you're busy, we're all busy, but I appreciate it. It should only take maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Do you recall meeting with a state trooper probably back in 2017 and an FBI agent?
Yes.
Talking about
right.
The Delphi?
That's right.
Double homicide?
That's right.
And do you recall doing a report, or was that report that we have from your colleague?
There was a document. No, I did. To my knowledge, I'm the only person who put anything together.
Okay.
For them. There was a document.
This being, you can look at it.
Yeah, that looks, yes. Yeah, that's what.
And do you remember who did you give that? Who did you give that to them that day, or did you email it to them later?
I think I emailed it.
Okay.
Yeah, or maybe I had a paper copy. I don't recall. Yeah. Yeah, this is mine.
Okay, perfect. And then and they didn't show you crime scene photos?
No.
But they basically gave you a sketch of the
right
formations of the sticks?
That's right.
And then did they give you a picture of the tree that had the F on it?
No.
Okay, just the sticks?
Just the kind of renderings there, yeah.
Okay, and it's been what, 6 years probably since you wrote this? But don't let me put words in your mouth. And if you want to look at this, but from what I gathered, and I talked to Steve Buckley was the trooper.
Right, that's right.
And Nicole Robertson.
That's right.
Was the FBI agent.
That's right.
Okay, and when I talked to them, Steve Buckley said, "Oh no, I didn't get a report." So I'm thinking later on we get a hold of Nicole and she got the report somehow from you.
Huh.
Yeah, this is the transcript of the audio being played in the depot. Yes. So
I'd have to go back and check my email.
Not a big deal, but
yeah.
But he said basically you told him that when you looked at it, it basically could be anything. And I think you kind of put this in your report. You're like guessing it might.
Yeah, no. I mean, it certainly appears to be, some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, script. But as to deciphering, any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game.
Right.
I would have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall. Oh, thereupon the audio was paused.
Mr. Rosie comes in and says, "All right, so I just asked you if you acknowledged, Officer Holman, that the renderings you were given appeared to be some sort of attempt at a runic script."
They might.
That's what you said to him, isn't it? In that audio interview we just listened to.
Something to that effect, yeah.
Well, what was different about what I just said and what you said in that audio?
So I'm here speaking with state and university detectives who are familiar with my 2017 report and with my conclusion that the figures in question are fundamentally ambiguous. So I'm speaking from the perspective of the speculative hypothesis that's entertained in that report, which is to say that the idea that these are runes, I think some of my remarks might be misinterpreted.
Well, I'm just asking if you said those words. We'll have a discussion about what your interpretation is later. Were those your words, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact, in this same interview, shortly, not far ahead of where we are now, you even suggested that it was given that this appeared to be an attempt to replicate runic figures, right?
Not entirely correct.
Let me play the audio again and we'll start from there. We're now at the 2 minute and 52 second mark.
tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate a kind of, you know, early Germanic, you know, runic script, that seems, I think, you know,
Right.
a given. But
Okay, paused again. Mr. Rosie says, okay, so you were pretty clear about your opinion about what you believe somebody was trying to replicate here, were you not?
let me see if I can clarify and contextualize that.
Let me see if I can clarify the question.
Yes.
Did you tell Officer Holman that you believed that this appeared to be an attempt to replicate a Germanic script?
That was not my intention.
Did you tell him that?
It might be possible to interpret my words that way. That would not be my interpretation. What a fuck not. Like, what?
Oh
What?
my God. It's because he talked to McClellan the day before.
100%. Okay.
Are those the words that I just heard on the audio?
Possibly. I'm not.
You want to listen to it again? I mean, I'm willing to let you listen again, and you can tell me if those are the words or not the words that you spoke.
Okay, so we start the tape again.
All
Any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game.
Right.
I would have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate a kind of, you know, early Germanic, you know, runic script, that seems, I think, you know,
Right.
a given. But
Paused again. So you were pretty clear when you spoke about this. Was in your mind an attempt by someone to try to replicate an early Germanic runic script, right?
I would not agree with that statement. I think that I was trying to say, perhaps muddledly, was that the idea seems a given as one idea among others, including the equally valid idea that this is not that. So I
Oh
have,
my fucking God.
I can
can't.
certainly read you. I have here my own transcript of that section of the interview with my own annotations. I'd be happy to read that for you. That might be clarifying. So basically, what that means to me is that, first of all, he said he's never seen a transcript, but here he is with a transcript and he has annotations
What
next to the transcript.
the fuck?
I think Nick gave him the transcript and he annotated how he could walk back all the things that he said.
Fucking A, dude. How do you have a transcript of that section of the interview with your own annotations when you've never seen a transcript? Dude, what kind of shady bullshit is this? What did fucking McClellan do to Turco? Yeah, we don't care about your annotations on the notes that Nick gave you. Fucking Turco.
Fucking loser.
This is so fucking nuts to me.
So you're Rosie, and I just told you that I now have my own transcript of that particular section of the interview, and I've made annotations. What do you got to say to me now, Rosie?
Fuck off. That's what I have to say. Fuck off with your annotations, Turco. That's what I have to say. All right, I'll tell you what, sir. I'm going to give you this transcribed statement here. It's 24 pages, okay? I'm trying to make this easy, and I'm going to let you read it all, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell me if this is what you told the officer on that day, okay? And if it's not, now is the time to tell us that those are not my words. I'm not asking for an explanation at this point. I'm asking if these are your words. And if you need this audio to do that, I'm fine giving it to you. In fact, what I'm going to suggest is that we take a break. You go in the room next door and you can take my computer in there and you can listen to the audio and read through the statement and just simply confirm with me that this is your statement. How about we do that? We'll get into all this, why I said this stuff, at a later time. I want to know if these are your words. Does that seem like a cleaner way of doing things?
Well, the voice on audio is certainly mine, and the transcript appears to be roughly correct, I think.
I'll tell you what. I want to make sure it's perfectly correct. In cases of this magnitude, Professor Turco, with all due respect, it matters to us, okay? So how about we let you go next door and you can listen to the audio and follow along with the transcript and figure out if it's an exact transcription of what's in the audio. Fair?
If that's what you'd like to do, that's fine.
I want to make sure that these are your words. Would you like to do that?
I think we can probably forego that.
Well, earlier you said they were roughly accurate. Those words matter to me, and they really matter to a court reporter who's translating. So I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm trying to get this clear so that we have a clear idea of what you spoke. So do you want to adopt what's in this transcript, or do you want to go read it first? I'm offering up the video, the audio, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, I suppose we could do that.
Fuck yeah, Rosie. Yeah. Why is he backpedaling, little professor bitch? Why do these people fucking lie so much? All right, we took a recess and let Professor Turco review and listen one at a time here. We let Professor Turco listen to an audio statement involving he and Jerry Holman and Matt Rosenberger from September 19th of 2023 at 3:09. It appears to be looking at my computer 20 minutes and 48 seconds long. Is that accurate, Professor Turco?
I believe so.
And as far as, I also handed you a transcribed or a transcript of that particular proceeding. Did you have a chance to kind of follow along with the written transcript as you were listening?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it an accurate transcription of that particular interview?
The transcript, as far as I can tell, is accurate, but incomplete at a point.
Tell me why it's incomplete.
So this is in reference to, can I see the document?
The transcript?
Yes, the transcript.
Sure. Oh,
So
okay.
there's an omission in the transcript on, this is page 5, line 18.
Page 5, line 18.
Yes. And so leading up to that point, this is the section where, beginning page 5, line 3, I say, yeah, no. I mean, it certainly appears to be some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, script. But as to deciphering, any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game. I would have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to replicate a kind of, early Germanic, runic script, that seems, I think, a given. And then I audibly say, but, and at that point in the interview, I am shrugging my shoulders dramatically and making a questioning facial expression. So the but, is left out of the transcript.
Okay, fair enough. So you listen to the audio and you're telling me, I want to make sure we're exactly clear. On page?
Here you are.
Thank you. You referenced page 5, line 3.
Beginning at 5:3, I say, yeah, no. So yes and no.
I see that.
And then I believe in your document, this is page 5, line 18. After a given, there I say, but,
You could hear that on the...
yeah, it's audible in the sound file.
So let me, for clarification, line 18, there's a couple of hash marks here.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you're talking about, right?
Yeah, right after that period.
I'm just going to write the word but in there. It's your opinion that that should be inserted.
Certainly, yes. As well as the
After but.
after but.
Fair enough. ...
I let my thought trail off at that point. What a fucking
Anything else?
douche.
Yeah, no shit, right? Anything else? I mean, he says it's like a given, like, hello, like, what am I doing here? It's kind of a given that they're trying to replicate some type of Nordic rune. But, like, who am I to say what this person's doing?
He's an actual crackhead.
Yeah, this is fucking nuts. Anything else in this particular transcription that is not consistent with the words that were spoken on the audio?
Yeah, that's the only omission that I noted, verbally, of course. The audio doesn't contain gestures, facial expressions, that sort of thing, which I think would be important in context.
Otherwise, this is accurate, right?
I believe so.
You obviously had a chance to review that picture of the tree that I asked you about earlier, we referenced earlier. Do you recognize that?
I was shown that photo early in the investigation. It was included in the email communication between myself and the sergeant.
Was it a color photo or a black and white?
I believe it was black and white.
Okay, I'm going to side note here real quick. I thought he just told Holman that he didn't see a picture of the F tree.
Huh. Yeah,
This is-
he did. Or no.
yeah, he said, "Did
Yeah,
you
he
see a
did say
picture?"
he didn't.
Yeah,
And he didn't see the crime scene itself either, just the
right,
renderings.
just the renderings of it. But here he's saying he did see a picture of the tree. That it was included in the email. It was a black and white. So I don't know. Like, is it just like a stick figure drawing of the tree? Like, I mean, what is it? Like, and it's just got an F on it. Like, what?
Oh, is
How
it
did
that
they-
black and white one that I bet you it's that black and white one that Barb showed on Court TV.
That's what I'm wondering.
So it's technically not the tree. It's just their rendering, which looks nothing like the actual tree of the F. Because remember, Rosie said about Barbara McDonald being on Court TV and in that episode and having the Purdue report like in her hand.
Yes,
So it is that black and white one because that's where she showed that.
it is. So it's like the dots. It's like the black
Yes.
and I have that. Let me see if I can grab it
Yes.
really quick. It'll pop up really quick for me or not.
It looks nothing like the fucking tree. So if you got the tree, you can put that up too.
I mean, I know I have it in the Prezi. I just don't know if I have it like just handy on my computer or not.
It should be in the. So I think it's volume 4.
There you go.
Yeah, volume 4, page.
It's right there.
Volume 4, page 225 starts his report.
That's it. So that's what he's shown from the tree. So somebody at some point gave Barbara McDonald a copy of the Purdue report.
Well, the defense didn't have it because that was his big thing.
Right. But she had it. Barbara McDonald had it. This is what was sent. This is what was sent to Professor Turco. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this is also the same kind of shit that was sent. Or is this what did Court TV make this one? I don't remember. This other one is from the Purdue report. This is what he's talking about. So
Yeah.
they sent him this.
That looks nothing at all like the actual tree.
That's nuts.
Like
So,
not even
okay.
close.
So that's what he's talking about. Okay. Was it a color photo or black and white?
I believe it was black and white.
So very similar, if not exactly the same as the version you brought in today.
I believe so, yeah.
Have you seen any photos of any crime scene photos since that time?
No.
Has anybody showed you the pictures of the girls on the ground or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever signed an NDA agreement or anything of that nature, non-disclosure agreement?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know if perhaps there's some NDA agreement in my contract at Purdue that I'm not aware of. Not to my knowledge.
One of the things that I obviously listened to your interview more than once, and I've read this transcript, and one of the things that kind of jumped out at me was the dialogue that occurred near the end of this interview, where there was a discussion about whether or not there had been any activity in the case. Do you generally recall having that discussion?
That's right, yes.
With Officer Buckley, if I am correct about that? Basically, you discovered, give me a second, I'm actually looking for it. So there's a reference by one of the officers that you probably would be hearing from some defense attorneys at some point, actually by Trooper Holman, right?
If that's what the document says, yes.
So then you, if I'm understanding your thought process, discovered at that point when Holman said that to you, that, hey, there's been an arrest made and somebody's being prosecuted.
Correct. I was unaware that an arrest had been made in the case.
So going back to 2017, when this information was given to you, and you, I'm going to use the word analyze or assess the information.
Sure.
And generated your report, you were doing that in some manner that was almost blind. You didn't have a lot of context for what the purpose was behind all this.
So what I had was the image files and the conversations with the officers that took place in 2017. And that was the sum whole of the context.
He worked for Purdue University. His friend that he sent the info to worked for Harvard, the one that he wants to remain nameless. So would you agree with me if I characterized it as an independent evaluation of the information they gave you? Is that fair?
I don't know how anyone else, or I don't know how else anyone would characterize it. I'm not a law enforcement official. I was acting in an advisory capacity.
So an unbiased view of what you were asked to assess.
Well,
Hold on a minute. Is that a fair characterization?
I would hope so.
All right. Having reviewed your report and having listened to the interview with Trooper Holman, it became apparent to me that you were struggling with, in some respects, the potential interpretation or communications that were related to those stick formations. Is that a fair assessment?
The interpretation of the figures that I was presented with, and I'm not recalling your precise words, but yes, it was very fraught and very difficult.
I think I understand the distinction. I'm not sure that I need to go back and listen to the transcript again or anything, but I think the distinction that I heard in that conversation between you and Trooper Holman was, hey, I'm assuming for the sake of this exercise that these formations were intentionally placed and that there is some meaning that's intended to be communicated. Is that a fair assumption?
That is the framework, yeah, of my 2017 report. Yes.
So the area in which you're struggling was with essentially defining a specified meaning to these things, right? It could mean this, it could mean that. Like a wolf could mean A, it could mean B, it could mean C.
That is within the framework of the speculative hypothesis, right? So there are two difficulties here. One would be construing any possible meaning to these figures with the working hypothetical assumption that they are, in fact, some attempt of rendering something in runic or rune-like characters. That's the speculative hypothesis of the report. The other difficulty is presented by the other possibility, which is not entertained for the purposes of my report, that these are not runic characters. And it's ultimately really, it is impossible for me to say with any certainty one way or the other what these are.
Hmm. But what you do acknowledge is that the formations, you said it's quite plausible that those are intentionally placed formations, right? You recognize those images in the course of your educational background.
That I'm not sure about, but it seems that the detectives felt that the figures were left intentionally, that these were not branches that fell from a tree into a pattern.
There you go,
Not
Gary.
having seen the actual crime scene photos, but only someone else's abstract rendering thereof, this is already an interpretation. So therefore, that's difficult for me to say within the context of.
Hold on a minute, I'm sorry. I think you answered my question. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Sure.
So referring to page 1 on your report,
Uh-huh.
the first paragraph, you specifically indicated that these markings, the ones that you were given, constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern creations thereof, is quite plausible.
It's a plausible argument.
Quite plausible is what you said.
Quite plausible, yes, is my words.
And I think what you were telling me a minute ago is maybe we do agree on this, that these sticks did not end up in their final location by some act of Mother Nature, some random act of Mother Nature, right?
I don't know how they got there.
That was the understanding that you had with regard to talking with law enforcement.
That's what law enforcement communicated.
That they were intentionally placed there.
That was their suspicion, yeah. I don't know what they would call it, their working hypothesis that they appeared to be intentional.
Okay, so
any objections to another cough drop?
Baldwin says sustained.
He doesn't get to hear that very much.
Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D and Defendant's Exhibit. Diener says,
I have D.
Oh yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do,
Yes.
Diener. Rosie's like, you do? Diener's like, yes, I do. Rosie's like, oh yeah, it's right here in front of me.
We made it 3.5 hours before we got here.
Rosie's like, you do? She's like, I have D. He's like, you do?
Meanwhile, Baldy Turco's just sitting there sucking on his cough drops.
Baldwin's like,
smelling like menthol.
Sustained.
You know he doesn't get the joke.
And Rosie's like, it's right here in front of me. Oh, shit. These are crime scene photos, okay, Professor Turco? Oh, shit.
This is offensive.
Yeah, there's no other way to interpret that. It just has to be. It has to be. These are crime scene photos, okay, Professor Turco? And I know not everybody looks at these like we do in the normal course of business, but I'm going to have to hand them to you, all right? So E is a photo of one of the young ladies. Have you ever seen that photo?
No,
And in that photo, there are some stick formations. Do you see those?
I do.
And does that formation appear to generally mimic one of the formations that you were given in the diagram that was offered up to you by the officers of law enforcement community in this case?
Generally, I would say so, yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me, just for the sake of discussion amongst lay people even, that those appear to be intentionally placed stick formations, not something that was just an act of nature?
They appear to be on top of the body. I'm not sure how else they would have gotten there.
Would you agree with me that that particular stick formation is consistent with, let me direct your attention to page 2 of your report, is consistent with your reproduction of this Hegel rune or Hegel's rune and the conversation or the literature that occurs thereafter? We're comparing apples to apples, is my point.
Yeah, it's consistent with the image, which is what was conveyed to me by the inspectors. And as to whether that is a rune or not, or intended to be a runic figure or not, and then if so, then which one? That is unclear.
Agreed. All right. Defendant's Exhibit F, second photo of the crime scene. This is obviously is a part of the first. E is on the left side here. And this is a shot from further out. This is F. On the right side of F, there's frankly a small tree. I'm going to describe it as that. And some stick figures in front of a body. Do you see those?
I do, yeah.
Are those, the configuration of those sticks is generally consistent with the configuration that you were offered up by the officers in this case and reflected on page 2 of your report? I don't know if that's kind of confusing, so
I sent you um his report, and page 2 is available, so
yeah, I think I have to.
so he's basically, what he's doing is he's showing him a picture of the crime scene and then showing him, like, directing him to the picture of the renderings he was given by police from police in 2017 that he put in his report from 2017. And he's asking them if the rendering looks to match the actual crime scene photo.
And that's on this page.
Yeah, same thing with the he does the
Okay.
same thing with the F, like showing the render, like the dotted thing, and then the actual F tree. You might have went too far down.
I did.
Page 2 of his report. Those are the pictures that he was given.
It is literally what Barb McDonald showed on court TV.
Correct. Except I think she printed them out in black and white so you couldn't tell they were different colors.
Right. Or the
So
report was given to her in black and white.
True. So he says, I would have to say not. No. So he's saying that it's not generally consistent.
I gotta find Turco again. I lost him. Okay. You think it's different?
I would have to study this at some length. The abstract rendering that I was provided with, to my mind, is much clearer than this. If I had seen this photo in lieu of a line drawing, I doubt very much that I would have surmised that there's a runic background to those sticks. It appears to be much clearer in the line drawing here. I find it, again, it's very difficult for me to unsee my own conjectures, hypotheses, but looking at that with fresh eyes, I don't think I would have come up with this. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
So if seeing the sticks on the bodies changes his perspective of the stick formations.
Mm-hmm. Like, when police drew it out, they made it look more runic.
What?
Yeah, he's a jackass. Total jackass. He's a toe. He's Brad Weber's missing thumb
He
toe.
fucking is Brad Weber's missing toe.
I mean,
Okay.
this dude 100% looks like a thumb toe.
He does look
A
like
hairy thumb toe. 100%, Joanna.
Right, Joanna.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that had you been given different information by law enforcement, you might have had a different opinion.
That's possible. It's impossible to know.
But you weren't, right?
Excuse me? No, I was not shown this.
And with respect to this
Hmm?
particular image F, would you agree with me that it is a little tougher to see the stick formations because of the background of the leaves and things of that nature? And that it would take a little bit more time to go through and sketch this out to see how consistent it was? Whoa, okay, we don't get to see that. Why don't we see this?
We can ask that every time, and we're not going to be given an answer for that. It's actual bullshit.
Tree, right?
Yes, it begins on the thigh of her left leg and proceeds in an upward diagonal to the upper right-hand corner. Is that, to the best of your knowledge, is that stick part of this larger branch?
I'm not going to have an opinion about it because I don't want to change your mind, but I think it's a fair question.
Okay, yeah.
So that might impact your opinion?
That would potentially impact my opinion.
Okay, Defendant's Exhibit G was marked for identification. Let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's G and have you take a look at this. I'm really just referring to the image here. You can read the text if you want, but I'm just referring to the image.
I'm not familiar with this.
You haven't seen it before, right?
I have not, no.
Did you have a chance to look at that image? We don't get to find out anything about that image. Look familiar to you as the color rendering of the tree that you were offered up?
I received a black and white image of this.
And then on the image on the left, I'm assuming you don't recognize that because that...
Correct. I have not seen that previously.
Does that image on the left have some similarities to any of the symbols in the runic alphabet that you have been looking at in your report?
One could possibly make such an argument. It looks, again, it's difficult to know, of course, how to orient it. If one orients it this way.
How about the way I offered it up?
The way that it was offered to me, then it looks roughly like an English F. And there are two characters in the runic alphabet which bear resemblance to an English F. If you turn it on its side or the other way, then it would look different, of course. Yeah, but
Very
nobody's
good.
out there flipping the tree around, you jackass.
Yeah, no fucking shit. Dumbass. Mr. Bolden says, what's those two runes that look familiar?
So one of them would have the phonetic value of F, and the other would have the phonetic value of A. They go by different names and different time periods historically.
What are the names, if you know?
So again, there are different runic alphabets used over time, but generally speaking, there are two runes that resemble an English F. One is sometimes referred to as Fehu or Feya. You guys will have to forgive me. I'm not Professor.
It is. It's Feya. You're right.
And it's a bit different. Well, they're both, I think, somewhat different than that stick formation. And so, like, we're not even talking about a stick formation anymore, right? We're talking about the F on the tree, I'm assuming.
Right.
Stick formation. And so far as so with the rune, there's a central vertical stave, and then off that stave are other straight lines can be made to create the characters. So in the Fehu rune routine, you would have a clear upward ascending double line off of that stave. And then there is another rune that looks similar to that. Again, it goes by different names, but it stands for a phonetic A sound. And that would have descending parallel lines as opposed to ascending parallel lines. If I could see here it is. Here, it's quite difficult to say.
Refer to what exhibit you're looking at.
This is Defendant's Exhibit I believe. And here, this stick is neither ascending or descending. So that would be problematic. This one might be ascending slightly. It's sort of difficult to say exactly how it's oriented vis-a-vis the longer stick that these two are branching off from. There might be a light upward ascent in the upper line, but the lower, if that's the correct orientation, that line appears to be perpendicular to the vertical.
Okay, what the? I thought we were talking about the F on the tree.
Me too. And now he's talking about sticks. So I really don't know. I don't know how he got here. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Did we miss something in all the shit that got redacted?
Oh, no, because
No, he's still talking about the phonetic F.
correct.
The tree. Yeah, no.
And there was only one F.
That is so. I don't even know how it got to the sticks. Okay,
It's
you would
almost like
acknowledge.
it's
Go
almost
ahead.
like he's jumping around. Like he's like say the pictures are all laying on the table. It almost feels as though he's like grabbing other pictures and saying, if you look at this, if you look at this, then that's why Rosie was like, can you refer to what exhibit you're looking at? I think he's jumping around.
Yeah. You would acknowledge that the alphabet that you're working off of in your report is one with perfect angles and lines because it was generated by a computer, right?
Well, that is the way the characters are drawn, either by a computer or by someone who is skilled in the carving or writing of runes.
Somebody is using a device, some kind of mechanical device, so the lines are straight and the angles are correct and those types of things, right?
So all runic figures are angular.
Sure. No circles, no rounded edges.
Historically speaking, there are no round figures in runic inscriptions due to the nature of the materials.
Tools they were using and things like that.
Well, the nature of materials probably more importantly, because historically these would have been carved into rock. They would have been etched into wood, and it's very difficult to make curved figures in stone or wood going against the grain. So what you find is, except in sort of modern reinterpretations of these figures, all historical runic inscriptions, which are inscribed, are angular. They consist of intersecting straight lines.
So in a similar way, it would be kind of hard to replicate with perfection a rune with some sticks that you took off the ground because they would have to be naturally exactly straight, right?
I would imagine that to be the case, yeah.
And the one thing that I also noted in your report is that apparently there's some historical connection between these Norse pagan beliefs and the manner in which they saw trees as sacred in the universe.
It's very difficult to say anything with certainty regarding actually existing historical pre-Christian Germanic pagan belief. What we do find are indications in later sources. These are typically several hundred years after the conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity,
Yeah.
Christianity, where it's suggested that certain trees were sacred to certain gods.
So while more modern literature might include that, the connection to the medieval times is a little bit more difficult to.
Those are ideas that appear in medieval sources, and that gets picked up in the modern scholarship or popular tradition.
So if I asked Miss Barrett to go back and listen to that recording again, specifically as it relates to page 5, line 18, and make any corrections that she believes are appropriate, specifically with regard to the but and the that you think this would otherwise be an accurate transcription of the statement that you gave earlier.
That was the only verbal omission that I was able to note.
The audio you heard was clear. Is that fair to say?
Generally speaking, I would say so.
That wasn't a problem in terms of.
Not particularly.
I don't have anything else. Do you have anything to Mr. Baldwin? And then Baldwin says, I do. I just have a couple of questions. So now Mr. Baldwin pops in. Says, if I represented to you that there was a suspect and that side by side that you saw was, yeah, if I could show that exhibit, that is, Brad.
H.
Thank you. Is it H and I?
It's just H. It's a side by side.
Okay. If I represented to you that was a suspect that was a close-up of his hand that he drew on a couple of weeks after the murders took place, and he had a connection to that particular victim with that, and that suspect had a fascination with runes, would that type of context help you in making a better determination of whether what was on that girl was a rune?
I don't know that it would. There's certainly a similarity between the two figures. As to whether either of these are runically inspired, just looking at the photos, I think you're aware of my deliberations in that regard already. As far as this text is concerned, it's a little bit curious, of course, because the author of this post, assuming that he is, when he says Gibo, It's not entirely clear to me whether he's referring to this rune. Within the framework of the speculative hypothesis that these are runes, I would identify that routine differently.
Are you talking about the one that resembles the Hegel?
This guy is such a fucking idiot. Like,
Yeah.
literally, Brad Holder writes that he is combining the
Mm-hmm.
Isa and Gibo runes, literally. And then you see it combined on his hand. And he's like, oh, I don't think he really is actually combining those two things. I can't really say that it's a rune, even though this man is saying that it's actually a rune.
Right.
2 runes.
Yeah, they're talking about Brad Holder's Facebook post where he he put the bind rune, he drew the bind rune on his hand that matches the sticks that were on Abby.
All right, so this doesn't make any sense. So he says, the Gibo, within the context of the hypothesis in my report, this is page 2, and discussing the asterisk-like looking black figure, I tentatively, again, within the speculative framework, identified this as a potential Hagal rune.
Wait.
It does not appear to be a historical
I
Hagal
just
rune.
asked you if it resembles the Hagal. And now you're saying no, the Gibo. And then you're going back and saying, does
That
not
it
appear
looks
to be
like,
a Hagal rune.
yeah.
If it were one. No, it's not a Hagal. We didn't say it was.
He's
It's an
saying that
Isa
if
and a
he were to
Gibo.
speculate, he's saying if he were to speculate, he would say that that's what it is, but it doesn't appear to be a historical one just like that. So I think what he's trying to do is discredit that as a rune.
He's trying to discredit it as a Hegel rune.
Right.
But it's not a Hegel rune. It's a bind rune between a Isa and a Gibo. Which he says here, the Gibo.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Let me keep reading.
Okay.
Because of the equal lengths of the lines, it looks potentially more similar to a kind of 19th, 20th century reimagination of that character within the context of late 19th, early 20th century German occultism. The historical rune would have one long vertical line and 2 much shorter intersecting diagonal lines. Or in an earlier phase of the alphabet, it would be represented differently, looking something like an English letter H, with instead of a straight perpendicular line, with the descending line or sometimes double line. The author, if I read this correctly, appears to, if he's assuming he's referring to this image as potentially as a Gibo rune, which is, I'm going to double check here to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn since I'm not a runologist, but I believe that's a relatively late rune and really more of a modern rune. I think he's, let's see. Yeah, that's not part of the early runic alphabet. There's an old English or Anglo-Saxon rune called Eo. Yeah, I have no idea. Which means maybe something like gift. It looks like an X. If you added an additional vertical line to an X, you would arrive at this asterisk-like looking rune. And then it's imagined rather differently in the 20th century, Gibor, in what it's called in our so-called modern runes, Guido von List, who's an early 20th century sort of occult mystic figure. And that is, I assume, what the individual is referring to. But it looks like he doesn't know very much about runes.
Oh God. Okay. Oh my God, this guy's giving me a headache. I did want to kind of clear up the distinction between.
There's only one expert here. Hold on.
Lord, give me strength, right?
I'm sorry. I can add something to that. Please don't. This is the last page of my report. I include a modern esoteric interpretation and
I
modern
want to say
rune lore.
something really quick. I now understand why McClelland and Holman were like, we're never going to find this fucking professor. And nobody wanted to talk to this guy ever again. So they just wanted to pretend like he didn't exist.
He's like, if this dude comes to trial, he's going to fuck everybody up.
This is going to be
Everybody's
a
brains
mess.
are going to mush.
Nobody's going to know anything at the end of it. Right? Shibby, he's totally filibustering. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Turco.
Mm. Modern rune layer. Rune casting is really a bottomless pit. There's just the amount of books and material on that subject. I'm not familiar with it, and it's rather insurmountable. Again, here's a modern interpretation Gebo, Gebo. And again, it looks like an X. It doesn't have that central vertical line.
So it's possible that he's referring to what's contained on that, the fleshy part of his hand, there incorrectly because it's not Gibo, or he's referring to something else.
They're forgetting that it's a bind rune. They're not adding Isa.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Or he's not referring to it. Yeah, I suppose those are the logical alternatives.
But it is a rune, Gibo.
It is a modern rune,
Okay.
but this does not resemble a modern Gibo.
In the context of what you're seeing there, it all makes sense, right? I mean, there's a discussion about runes in the text, and then there's a photo of something that looks like a rune, right?
I wouldn't say that all of this makes sense.
Mr. Baldwin says, even though you're not a runologist, you are educated in what a rune looks like, though. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay, I'm going to read again from the first page of your report that you prepared. It sounds like March 1st of 2017.
That sounds right.
Quote, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible, end quote. Yes or no?
Ew, no, you.
Uh-huh.
Did you ever tell Buckley or anybody else that those sketches that you looked at were not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime?
So Odinism per se was never discussed in this case prior to my knowledge, not in my presence, prior to 2023. I think the first indication, the first time that I heard that word mentioned in conjunction with this material was in September of 2023. So I was never asked about Odinism. I certainly would have made clear, had I been, that I am in no way, shape, or form an expert on Odinism or any form of contemporary neo-pagan or neo-heathen religion. That's really not my field.
Or cults?
Certainly not. Yeah, cults, rituals, murder, I have no expertise to offer in those areas.
All right, that's all. Thank you. Mr. Rosie says, I have nothing else. And then here comes Nick McClelland, who says, I have a few questions for you, Professor. Nick starts off and says, I want to start with your report, and I want to, I guess, get a general overview of your report. When I read your report, I took it as saying these images that you saw are not self-evident that they're ruins or have any runic heritage in them, but assuming they did, this is possibly what they mean. Is that a fair summary of your report?
That's accurate.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier, you said, I don't know how you said it, but the fact that the sticks were used to make these designs would not be indicative of runes because runes are carved into sticks, not made with sticks.
That would be unprecedented to my knowledge. So historical runic figures are always inscribed in either wood or in stone. Now, to my knowledge, I've never come across, and I've done a bit of homework, I've not come across anywhere, including in what little neo-pagan rune manuals I've glanced at. I'm not familiar with any such practice of constructing runes out of sticks. There's potential for confusion here since runes are sometimes referred to in poetry, in Old Norse poetry, which is famously dense and sometimes nearly indecipherable. They are sometimes referred to as branches, twigs, sticks, as a kind of poetic metaphor for runes, but that there are no indications of runes ever being conducted out of branches, but rather carved on onto them. And of course, runes that were constructed out of branches would not have survived in the archaeological record, but there's also no reference to such a practice in the medieval texts.
I'm here. Just give me a second.
Okay.
I wish I had. I don't have the sayings on. It's going to show all the lovely these are Brad Holders, who says he just found runes just out in the wilderness that were in the shape of all these sticks. All these sticks he found. He didn't make them. He found them naturally and considered them all to be runes, the letters of the alphabet. Okay, sorry. Okay, and then if we move to your hypothesis, the assumption that these sticks are runes, there's some major issues with that. One being that you can't establish a text from those stick formations. And then even if you could establish that there's a text to that stick formation, you can't interpret what that text means.
That is correct.
Why the fuck would his report not just say that then? Why wouldn't there be an email that simply said that?
Because Nick
is
wasn't
there...
around when that report was written.
That's exactly it. Nor is that what he says in the interview with Holman and Buckley. Doesn't say that to Nicole Robertson, doesn't say that to Buckley in interview 1 or interview 2, and doesn't say it to Holman, and he only starts saying it now.
None of those people are lawyers.
Why the fuck didn't he just write a report that said, hey, I can't tell whether he thinks that, here's the thing, whether those sticks are straight or not, he knew they were sticks. He was told they were sticks.
Right.
So in his PhD-ness, how does he not understand that sticks are not always straight? Does he go, hey, Nicole Robertson, FBI agent, are all these sticks on the bodies were just perfectly straight? Or when he's given that random ass F in black and white that was on the tree, those are just spots. Those are fucking black and white spots. Does he not just write in his report, there is no way, this exact thing, there's no way for me to be able to determine if they are actually formations, and if they are on purpose formations, there's no way for me to interpret what they mean. Page 1, done. No more to say.
To me, that would have been much more genuine if he would have said these meant something to someone. But especially if there was a possibility it could be bind runes, you say this could be any number of things that the person that created it would know, and not necessarily me. And just because I don't know doesn't mean they aren't runes. Like, I wish you would just say, can you give me one other better explanation as to how those sticks got there in that form and why?
Okay, all I says, I haven't read this one yet. Do they explain why Buckley was in charge of finding the Odinism expert, even though Buckley was the digital forensics guy looking at Libby's iPad? Wait, who's the guy that's the police guy for Purdue? That's not Buckley? Is that somebody else? That's Rosenberg. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay, it took me a minute to put that together. No, they don't ever say why Buckley's in charge of any of this. I think he's saying it could be runes, but he can't interpret what they mean. Well, he's saying, like, so one being that you can't establish a text from those rune formations, and then even if you could establish that they're meant to be a text in these stick formations, you can't interpret what the text means. Why the hell was there even a report? Why is there 10 pages of anything if that's it?
And why is Nick saying that?
Yeah.
Well, okay, wait. So, okay, yeah. So then he does, I guess so I thought maybe he was going to contradict that because he says, yeah, no. Like the next thing he says is, yeah, no. But I think he's I don't think that's true. I think he's like just expounding on what Nick said to further agree.
With Nick.
Mm-hmm. Look, he says, yeah, no. Even
We do. All eyes. Yeah, you missed it. We do. We know what they look like. They're the ones that Barbara McDonald put up on court TV. We went and compared them.
Mm-hmm.
Because Barbara McDonald had the Purdue report. So that little spotty F that she had up that looked like those, what are they, ink blots? Ironic blot. That's what he was sent for the F tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that thing where it was just the same thing was put out on court TV, where it was just like lines. They were black and white though. The ones in his report are colored, but it was just line before the leak of like right when the Frank's memo came out.
Mm-hmm.
Barbara had that report somehow, and the defense did not have it yet. And she showed exactly what she said. She got it from a law enforcement source, which I guess isn't really a lie, because if a law enforcement officer gave it to Turco,
yeah, for sure.
Well, Nick,
I mean, any of them could have. It could have been Vito. It could have been Holman. It could have been all the people she was talking to back in the day that gave it to her.
Joanna, it's not just Nick that makes it sound like Baldwin misinterpreted what Turco said. It's Turco now backtracking and trying to come up with other explanations, saying that we're lacking context that even he can't provide, really. Like, they have his report from 2017, his interview with Holman in 2023.
Yep. He legit changes everything only for this deposition. After he talked to McClellan the day before.
Right. And he really went into detail about all the law enforcement people he spoke to, but he really beat it around the bush when it came to his discussions with McClellan, other than just the one.
Well, so that's the other interesting question is the Harvard guy is the guy that Turco contacts because he's more knowledgeable about runology.
And funnily, he refuses to put his name on the record.
He won't put his name on the record. I was just going to say that. Just like they wouldn't put Turco's name on the record.
Mm-hmm. So now we need to, first of all, we found Turco long before they told us it was Turco.
Well, and then also, he wrote that report based on his conversations with the runologist from Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
That's who he contacts. And then they start writing this report. Now he's saying, I'm not going to tell you who that guy is, and I'm not going to tell you that these even mean anything. Even though in my conversation from September in 2023, I told Holman that it's basically apparent that they're trying to write something. I just don't know what the fuck they're trying to write.
And he also says that he spoke to Nicole Robertson,
mm-hmm.
and that no one ever mentioned Norse paganism, runes, Odinism, any of that to him. And I just find that really hard to believe, because apparently, and I haven't read her deposition, but I remember Andy saying this in court, that Nicole Robertson's deposition makes reference to the fact that they were looking for Norse pagan books in Ron Logan's house. So I find it, unless they didn't want him to.
Well, I still call bullshit. Why do you contact your friend from Harvard who's the runologist if they didn't talk to you about runes?
And why didn't you say to them, I'm not really entirely qualified for this, but I do know someone who is that you could probably reach out to? Why not just refer them to someone who knows better?
Right. Should be. I don't know. This is why I actually never had any issues with Turco before reading this. I didn't have any issues. Now I'm just like, this doesn't even make sense to me. He's arguing about the recording to the point where Rosie's like, just go fucking listen to it then. Because I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about your own damn words.
And follow along with the transcript. And then he tries to say that in the recording, at some point he says, but, and so he wants that put in the transcript. And then
means nothing.
And then he offers up this, when I said, but, like shrugged my shoulders wildly, like I had no idea. And you can't tell that in the recording but you would be able to see in a video.
Right.
And it's like, so how do we know that happened? Just because you're saying so?
But how do we know what shrugging your shoulders means? Because to me, as soon as he says it that way, I'm like, it's simply but what do I know? Because he's saying it's obvious that it means something. And then he's just like shrugging it. Like,
yeah, but if you what Shibby.
Maybe, but
it's possible he was misled, but by who? They're going off of his report and his interview from 2017 and then his interview from 2023. Who would he have been misled by? All these people who supposedly don't think it had anything to do with runes? Why would they mislead him into
It feels to me that everything changed when he had this conversation with Nick. It seemed that his report says the same things that he's essentially saying to Holman and Buckley. We have no documentation of the conversation he had with Buckley and Robertson.
So basically, I think this is what happened. His opinion is that it was a given, that it was some type of runic whatever, but that he couldn't interpret what they meant, okay? Which is a reasonable opinion.
Yeah.
But then he talked to Nick, and the question that Nick just posed to him was not that. It was that he was assuming that they were runes, but that he can't establish a text for them. But even if he could establish a text, he can't interpret what that means. And so he's making, and then he'll further expound on it, but he's basically saying like, they told me to assume that these were runes. See, that doesn't make any sense, because then he says nobody ever said anything to him about runes. So he saw them and he assumed that they were runes. He said no one came to him and said, like, he said that it was brought to him and they told him that they appeared intentional. That doesn't mean they have to be runes. Intentional, he could have fired back with, it looks like they were just trying to hide the bodies, which is we all know is bullshit. But he could have said that. He could have been like, okay, it was intentional. You're right. I agree. It doesn't really look like they fell from a tree that way. But I think it's maybe likely that somebody was just trying to hide them and they ran out of time. Like, why did he come up with it? It looked like runes. And then talk to his buddy in Harvard, who is more qualified than him, instead of just referring law enforcement to the Harvard guy. And then immediately wrote up a report on how it looks like runes.
It's very frustrating.
He has never testified before in a deposition or in trial.
Right. Yeah, I don't know where we were.
I know where we are. And I'm sure Nick, in fact, he said the first time he ever heard anything about it being runes was in September 2023.
Why would you contact a runologist then?
Right.
So he also says he's never seen a transcript of his interview, yet he brought a transcript with his own annotations on it.
Correct.
Yeah, I have no faith in this. I have no faith in any of this shit anymore. It's just like, this is just, nobody wants to fucking tell the truth and just make it where it's just honest. Like, it's so fucking tiring.
It's almost like you went over your report, or you went over your transcript with Nick and you made annotations.
Yes.
Because in 2023 you didn't. There's no reference to having the transcript. Well,
and he wants to keep like acting like it's like that's not an accurate representation of what was said. And so when Rosie actually tells him, like, go sit down, he's like, I don't think we need to do that. And he's like, well, just do it. Like, just do it, because I don't want to keep going over this over and over again where you keep saying that it's not the same. And right. So he had to come up with something that was different. Otherwise, everything he said to kind of like downwash everything that was said during that audio Correct. Was not going to work. So he had to come up with something. Yeah. Well, there's a and you guys don't see my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's
Okay.
keep going. This guy's,
So-
I literally have a headache. I really did not think Turco was going to piss me off. And this guy has just pissed me off. Like,
So
you
he
weak
says-
ass bitch.
So he says,
Say what
yeah,
you
no.
say what you said. Stick with what you said. If you changed your mind, then tell us why you've changed your mind and what information you had in order to change your mind. Don't sit
Right.
here and tell me you didn't fucking know it was runes until 2023 when you contacted a runologist, you dipshit.
And you can't say that they're not runes because they're sticks rather than having been carved.
Right. And then I'm so frustrated because he's talking about the F on the tree and he's sitting here talking about it. And then he literally in the same sentence just turns it back into the sticks so that he can continue some arguing about the sticks when the question had to do with the F tree, which he knew because he started answering about the F tree.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy.
He's weasel. So he
Tell me
says,
where we're at because I'm washing my hands.
I'm going to start on line 4 of the page that you're on.
Okay.
So he says, yeah, no. Even adopting the hypothesis, casting aside all legitimate doubt as to whether these are runes or not, it's quite difficult. There are 2 stages in the interpretation of runic inscriptions. The first is to establish a text. What are the characters? What do they say? And that's often very contentious since a lot of runes look like a lot of other runes. The historical record is incomplete. Inscriptions in stone may be weather-worn, chipped, etc. So that's the first stage. And then, even after one has established a text, then the interpretation of that text is often very fraught. So it is difficult to establish a text in this case. I, of course, make my conjectures as offered in the report. The central figure, I come with as many as 4 possible interpretations of that figure. The first asterisk looking figure, I come up with 2. There's a question in my mind, as stated in the report, whether the central figure is in fact a rune at all, or rather a kind of symbol, and so on and so forth.
Let's take a step further in your hypothesis. If someone were to say not only these are runes, but these are Odinistic runes or runes based in Odinism, you wouldn't be able to comment on that at all because that's not your area of expertise?
I would have to defer to someone who had expertise in Odinism per se. What I can say from my vantage point, as a scholar of medieval literature, is that these runes, so he's calling them runes, as identified, so including all of the various options, taking a broad view of the potential of interpretations, none of these are specifically Odinic. There are other runes that certainly, to my knowledge, in contemporary tradition are associated with Odin. These are not those runes.
How would you know that? You just said you don't know anything about Odinism.
You said these aren't runes.
Now, in relation to the information that you know about Odinism and Odin, is there a history in Odinism of human sacrifice?
Not to my knowledge.
And so if there was a ritualistic killing based in Odinism, if one happened today, it would be the first of its kind to your knowledge.
So Nick keeps asking him about Odinism after he just said he doesn't know shit about Odinism.
Yeah, but he keeps answering about Odinism like he knows about Odinism.
Right. That's the issue. So let's say we assume for the sake of argument that this is a ritual human sacrifice, an Odinistic ritual human sacrifice. This would be, to the best of my knowledge, and I think to anyone's, the only example thereof. So the data set of 1, there's really no basis of comparison to my knowledge.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit. You want to use numbers or letters? Or reporter says numbers. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, and I'm going to draw your attention to page 3, bullet point 18, and I'm going to have you read this brief summary that carries from page 3 to 4, just yourself, just the indented portion.
I'm sorry, what document is this?
This is State's Exhibit 1, what I've marked as State's Exhibit 1, and what it is it's Richard Allen's third Frank's notice request for Frank's hearing based upon newly discovered evidence request for findings of fact and conclusions of law upon any ruling on this request. It's a document that was filed by the defense. I want to have you look at the subsection of number 18.
Okay.
And it carries from that page over to the next page. Just read it to yourself.
Okay. Oh, just to myself? Okay.
Just to yourself. And when you're done, let me know.
I'm complying.
Have you finished reading the text?
I have.
Do you think that accurately summarizes your report from 2017?
Well, my report from 2017 is really delimited to exhausting the potential interpretation of the figure. So I really don't get into the subject of human sacrifices for the purpose of that report, but I think that's otherwise accurate.
Do you think that that text accurately summarizes the conversation that you had with Detective Holman in September of 2023, I believe?
So clearly, Nick is wanting him to say that this does not accurately summarize because of the
Right.
defense filing. I would say so.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to I think it's the 5th page. They're not numbered, but it's numbered subsection 22. And it starts at the bottom of this page. There's basically just one line, but I want to have you read that subsection. And when you're done, just let me know. So everything that was put into that third Frank's memo that Nick called Baldwin a liar for,
Right.
Turco's sitting here saying, yeah, it's correct.
Correct. Okay, and I'm beginning on the...
Well, there's nothing.
Oh, I see.
And have you read that? And when you're done, let me know.
And this is Holman here?
Well, this is just a summary of that someone's written of the conversation between you and Holman.
I see.
And my point is
Oh, I see.
to have you read it
I see.
and tell me if it accurately describes the conversation that you and Detective Holman had on that day.
Yeah, so, I mean, as what went through the mind of any individual or group, who committed such a crime, I cannot speak to. I cannot speak to that. There's Hollywood Vikings perform human sacrifices. If you go watch season 5 of Netflix, The Vikings, or there's several films, Valhalla Rising, 13th Warrior, where Viking sacrifices are depicted. Let me look again here.
When you're finished, let me know.
I would not agree that I told Holman that it was a given that the arrangement of sticks were part of a runic script. I think what I expressed was that the idea was a given or something along those lines as one idea among others, and certainly as an idea that I entertained in my 2017 report. But
My God, we're back to the same argument. He's already proven that that's exactly what he said. Is it fair to say that the first segment you read more accurately describes a conversation between you and Holman as opposed to the second?
let me remind myself of that first. This is 18 here?
Yes.
Yes, I would say so.
I don't have any other questions. Now Mr. Rosie's back. When you say that in your report at the beginning that it's not self-evident that these are runic inscriptions, you're familiar with that statement?
That is, I believe, the first sentence of page 1 of my report. It is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions.
What you mean is that just looking at those diagrams on a piece of paper doesn't give you the context to draw that conclusion, right?
Certainly.
I mean, in other words, you'd have to see Thor standing over them with whatever tool it was that he carved inscriptions in to give you some context, right? So it would be self-evident.
If Thor were standing next to it?
Yes.
That might be a context clue, yes. So what I'm doing in the...
Done. There's no other question. Mr. McClellan asked you some questions about, I don't even know what question he asked you, frankly, but you started talking about the fact that these runes were most often or maybe always seen carved in rocks or in the wood or things of that nature. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Historical Germanic runes.
Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
It wouldn't be unusual, though, in modern times to see people try to replicate these things in other ways, would it?
They're pervasive in the popular culture. They're on the internet, they're in Hollywood movies, they're in Marvel comics, they're on heavy metal album covers, so on and so forth.
So the answer is yes.
I don't remember the question.
Well, the question was, it wouldn't be unusual to see people try to replicate these runes in other fashions in modern society.
I don't think it would be. No, I've just rattled
Quite often?
off a few examples, yeah.
In fact, what I think you're saying is it's happened quite often.
These are pervasive symbols, yeah, in our popular culture.
As I'm looking at your report and specifically your analysis of the possible meaning of these formations on page 2, for example, you talk about the Hegel rune
Mm-hmm.
and the Wolf's Angel. I'm going to hack some of these up, but Ewas or Ehu. And as I read this, what I'm taking from this is that there's actually quite a bit of flexibility or discretion that can be exercised in interpreting what these meanings are. In other words, it might mean one thing to one person, one person, but it could mean another to another person. Is that what you're trying to communicate?
I think that's fair to say.
And then with regards to the statement that do you recall having a brief discussion with Mr. McClelland about human sacrifice just a minute ago?
Yes.
Mav, I completely agree with you. Okay, give me a second. On page 12, line 5 of this transcript, let me just read this to you. The question is, or the response from you starting at line 7 is it in execution, a judicial execution? Is it a human sacrifice? People argue back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's probably more important from your perspective is that it's widely believed in the 19th century sources, which are the kind of thing that are freely available online. When you Google, that comes up that yes, the Vikings practiced, ritual killings, right? And sacrifices. Those are your words, right?
I believe so, yes.
And what you're communicating here is that in more modern times, there's a connection between these sacrificial practices and these ancient beliefs, and that hasn't evolved in more modern times.
There's an idea in the popular imagination, most recently fed by Hollywood,
Sure.
that human sacrifices are part of Viking culture.
Which is really what you said earlier. If you watch Netflix, you might believe this stuff.
More or less, yeah.
I have nothing further. Andy? Mr. Baldwin says, are you saying there's never been a death associated with Odinism?
I would not know.
Okay, I thought earlier that's what you had said.
No, that I can't speak to. I'm not an expert on Odinism. I'm not aware of if any individual has previously claimed to have killed in the name of Odin or not. In the more contemporary context, I'm unaware of that. There is, of course, in no contemporary religion avows a belief in or the practice of human sacrifice for obvious reasons, right?
Because I just Googled Odinism and murder, and I pulled up a few articles. One called White Supremacists Are Killing in the Name of an Ancient Nordic Religion in 2017.
I mean, it may well be all. I don't think there's any religion or any religious denomination that doesn't have criminals
Well, yeah.
among them. There are, crimes committed by people of all the religious beliefs. I'm not aware that there is a higher rate of crime or prevalence of crime among self-identified neo-pagans or neo-heathens. I simply haven't, I don't know if that data is available. I've certainly never looked into it.
And that's fine. Since you're not an Odinist expert or a cult expert, you would have never told police that the sticks were not Odinism or not any type of cult worshiping.
That was not a hypothesis that I was asked to weigh in on in 2017, and I certainly would have declined to do so.
Thank you. And I've got subpoenas just so that we don't have to track you down. I thought you were going to be up in Chicago, so I thought
I was.
I'll go up to Chicago and take a day and issue it. But sometimes when we do depositions close to trial, we'll hand out the subpoenas, and so I'm going to give it to you. We can go off the record unless anybody else has anything. Mr. McClelland says, Stacy, do you have any questions? Miss Diener with the D says no. Mr. McClelland says, I don't have any other questions either. This guy gave me a fucking headache. I'm probably going to have to spend some time actually breaking down the bullshit because he went back and forth so much that I don't even know what the hell I don't even know what he meant anymore. I don't know what he knows. I don't know what he doesn't know. I don't know what he thinks. I don't know what he believes.
I think the best explanation of this, and honestly, I don't think that the defense did a great job explaining it in the way that I think would have been most beneficial, but everything clicked into my head when was it Murphy or who?
It was Murphy on the stand when he said
Okay,
his
yeah.
theory.
When he said that what he believes happened is that there was some type of ritual. They were doing whatever weird shit they do with the drinking and the horns and whatever else.
Yep.
And the girls stumbled upon it and made fun of it. And one was killed in anger, and then the other one was killed because they were a witness.
Mm-hmm. Because
I mean,
they're
that
making like, I'm
100%
not
makes
fucking
sense.
drinking out of your horn, you fucking weirdo. There's
Mhm.
beard hair in there. There's mustache hair.
Yeah.
All right, so how many pages of his report do we actually get? Is there anything taken out? Do we have the whole thing?
Whoopsie. No.
No. Why do we?
No. It's a bunch of it's redacted. I think he's just a jackass. I think I'm going to make it my life's mission to figure out which
I don't know if
Harvard
it's.
professor.
I don't know if. Yeah, I know, right? There can't be too many runologists at Harvard. I don't think it's. There's nothing redacted in here.
Keep scrolling down.
It just went down.
Are you in mine?
No.
Oh, well, then maybe that's why. Mine does have, oh shit.
Well, there's page 6 is only a half a page, but it doesn't actually say redacted. And then here's
5,
page 11.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the symbols, I guess, are page. I don't know what they are.
There's
And then I
4.
have 1.
There's
And then I have
5.
a bunch of. And then
6,
I
like
have a
I
bunch
said,
of redacted pages.
6 has this, and then nothing else, but it doesn't actually say it's redacted. Here's 7. Here's 8. There's 9. There's 10.
So then I don't know what the last like 10 pages of my exhibit 4 or volume 4 is, because it's
Yeah, there's
redacted.
only. Yeah, that's something different.
Hmm.
There's only 11 pages technically of this report. With only 10 pages of a report and then one of the pictures. I'm just
I
trying to
haven't
see.
read that.
I haven't either. I don't know if my
But
head. I don't know if my head can honestly handle reading it tonight, though.
it's almost like I want to ask, did you plagiarize this report, sir?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's really not that long, so let me just do it because otherwise it's
And
not
then
going to make sense in anything else.
like you plagiarized it, so then when somebody asks you to clarify, you like really don't have any
Can't
fucking
do it.
clue what you're talking about.
Right. So my initial thoughts on images Black 1 and Black 2. It is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions, nor is it immediately clear what they would mean if they were. However, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible. The
So then that
following
would mean that,
conjectures based on the working assumption that these lines do in fact constitute a runic or runic-inspired inscription.
so then he was told that in 2017 that they thought that it was that.
Right. Oh, he's trying to say that he just kind of figured that based on the fact that they were contacting him and then the context of the email title.
But he's not a
You know what
rune
I mean?
expert.
No. They asked him about the Viking history. Remember, that's what it was, that it was the Viking history that they actually wanted to talk to him about.
I'm just done with him. I'm done with this dweeb.
So done with. I know, that's why I'm like, let me just fucking read it because I don't want to go. I don't even want to talk. I never want to speak of this douche nozzle ever again in my fucking life. Runes are primarily phonetic characters like the letters of the English alphabet, only in early or again in modern, example, neo-pagan, heathen, New Age. Sources, do they have esoteric meaning as signs or symbols? These meanings, always speculative, can vary widely in popular reception, though there seems to be some general consensus as to positive and negative connotations of various magic symbols. But yet, Perlmutter got made fun of for saying magical thinking. But here, they're magic symbols. All runic characters were originally angular because of the exigencies of carving in wood or stone. They are historically no curved letters, although these are encountered in more contemporary scripts and fonts. Runic inscriptions are most commonly read left to right, but can also be read right to left. Characters may appear inverted, upside down, or reversed. When I did that entire live with Dark Arts, I mean, she went through each one of these, like what it would mean if it was upside down. What would it mean if it was mirrored? What would it mean if it's the body's included? What does it mean if it's the body's not included? However,
Well,
here,
and Perlmutter said you have to include the bodies.
well, yeah, but if it's somebody who doesn't want to include the bodies, they don't have to. I mean, they can just make up. They can just make up whatever the hell they want.
Right.
Okay. Runic inscriptions are most common. Oh, I already read that. Maybe inverted, upside down, consistent pattern with a given inscription. The quote-unquote figures in this image, assuming their order is not simply arbitrary, are most likely to be read left to right, standard order. This order is suggested by the standard, not reversed, right-facing Thor's or thorn rune in red in the image discussed below.
Couldn't they also just have been their own individual thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like two individual letters or whatever? Couldn't they have been their own separate things?
Yeah, the pics that Turco had did not include the bodies. So at the end of the report, and All Eyes just put it in chat, but for anybody who wants to see, this is what he was given. So here's top, bottom. He's told that this is what they look like on one body, and then top, bottom, what they look like on the other body. So this is what he is sent, which is literally what Barbara McDonald shows on court TV, just in black and white.
Also, this is a fucking mess, and it also doesn't really convey the oddness of it.
Right. So he says in red. Right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, there it is in a smaller form. So in red. I don't know. Can't really see that that's in red. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back up.
He probably thinks orange is red.
Yeah, but I think the one in red is in that last picture. So maybe it just can't really tell. If this is a runically inspired inscription, it may well be a mishmash of various runic alphabets used in different times in different places. Not historically accurate, unsurprisingly. So if it's not historically accurate, he's not surprised by that, but more suggestive of a popular source or sources, more like New Age heathenry. Runes have different names and sometimes varying phonetic values depending on a place and time of use. I have been inclusive rather than exclusive below. The lines in these images do not in any obvious way spell a word, but appear more likely to be independent symbols or possibly an acronym. So the open question is this a signature, a declaration, or just somebody's idea of powerful symbols? The preliminary conclusions, with the premise that this is an inscription, it is possible to discern three characters on the left, middle, and right side of the image. A colleague and I independently reached the same conclusion regarding the right, the red figure, and the left, the black figure. The center figure is more ambiguous, but after discussion, agreement was reached on the four conjectures offered below on page 3. Okay, so open the hyperlink. Left side black figure. Okay, that's this one. Is a Hegel or Hagless, phonetic value H. Middle is the blue figure. This green one, I'm assuming. Okay. Possibly a wolf's angle, which is a symbol, not a rune, has no phonetic value. Possibility 2 is runic, an tree. Phonetic value is EI. Oh, there you go. What are you throwing up there? Was that fucking Colin?
This looks like a rune to me.
Yeah, he's in rune formation. Okay, wait, where's the blue?
Green is probably blue.
No, because then he has green.
Black is probably blue.
What the fuck? Image 01A. Oh, here. Okay. Oh, this is one interpretation. I got you. Blue is green. Green is blue.
Why did he add?
This is for the
But he added stuff to it.
this right here.
Yeah, why'd you add that? Not you, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so this is the blue, and then this is the green. Okay, so this would be a Laguz, phonetic value L, runic tier upside down with one twig missing is a phonetic value of T.
I
And then
wonder
the
what he
red.
would say
The
if
red
you
is the red
drew.
on both.
I wonder what he would say if you drew in the bodies as well. I mean, I lied. I don't care about anything he has to say.
I was just like, I don't even give a shit anymore about what he says. It's just such a headache. Okay. Right side. Okay. So in some runic alphabets that are available online, this asterisk-like rune could alternately represent an Old English, Anglo-Saxon, Duran rune. It possibly seems remote. Okay. They don't talk about it being a bind rune at all so far. Okay, the figure in red on the right side, called the Thurias or the Thurs in Old Norse thorn, in Old English shaped like a pointy P, is the most self-evidently runic character of the three.
That's
The
a good
sound.
point, Shibby.
What did Shibby say? Shibby makes good points. What do you say?
As if the first searchers and LEOs never disturbed the patterns too. I'd have to agree
Right.
with that.
We have no idea. Or any animals all night. I mean, if they were there, they actually were there all night. MRC knew who Buckley was before anybody knew who Buckley was. Is that true?
Who the fuck is Jerry Holcomb? Do they mean Holman?
Holman? Yeah, it's Holman.
Okay, I
But
didn't get a chance to.
One of them said Holcomb.
Yeah, Hornaday. She kept calling him Holcomb.
Oh, Holcomb.
And I was gonna do a Cecil search to see if a Jerry Holcomb existed before I just flat out figured she was talking about Holman. This dude's fingers are everywhere.
Dude, that's so true, though. Why this dude is going all phonetic? Let's not forget the players involved struggle with English grammar.
100%.
Okay, so figure in red on the right side, there's the sound is like the unvoiced the in theater, not like the voice the in that. Okay, it's like the long the and not the short the. Four conjectures from most to least likely is the Wolf's Angel. The Hegel. Okay, blah blah blah. Number 1 above seems the most likely, the simplest explanation, though 2 only somewhat less so. 3 and 4 seem less likely, but are included here for the sake of completedness.
Nothing about your report nor your deposition feels complete to me, sir.
Was he all eyes? I don't remember that. I don't remember that. That's interesting.
Who are we doing next?
The Hegel room. Who are we doing next? I think
we
tomorrow
grouped them
we're going to do. Tomorrow we're doing Nicole Robertson, Winters, and
Yes, Warren.
Is that right? Okay, let's get rid of this one. We don't need that one anymore.
Yeah, I think so. And then
Don't need that one anymore. Oh, Susan Case.
No.
No.
Tomorrow,
what are we doing?
Winters,
Nicole Robertson,
and Eric Warren.
Okay.
And then the next time will be Betsy Blair, Susan Case, and Anna Williams.
Okay, that makes sense.
Those were the two groupings, like lay people versus like law enforcement / expert.
Yeah, you're gonna get a Friday night with T and Sleuthy, except for I will have to put it on a time frame because I will have to pick up a kid from gymnastics. But we can start, and then hopefully we'll be good to go. It should be fine.
We can do it earlier too if you want.
It's just it's kind of when I get home, so like 3 would probably be the earliest.
Because she's leaving in the morning.
Your mom's is?
Yes, she's been here all week. It's been long enough.
I don't care. She has to stay forever.
No, it's been long enough. I need to get my house back in order.
Okay, so let me see. The Hegel rune may be inspired by the so-called Armanen runes of the 19th century. The
I
Hegel
think this
Armanen
guy's
rune was
full of nothing but shit.
widely used in the SS for its symbolic representation of unshakable faith and Nazi philosophy. Wow, he doesn't ever even talk about bind runes,
I think he's full of shit.
which I think is a problem when the people we're talking about like love bind runes. Happy early birthday, Laura.
It's no wonder they dropped the Odinism stuff
Not
right
one
after
of those
talking to him
fucking
because
people would understand anything that this says.
he wasn't qualified to be running his mouth. He even says multiple times he's not qualified for this particular set of facts or whatever.
Right. Peggy, no, he's deposed in April of 2024. Franks comes out September 18th of 2023. But interestingly enough, right when the Franks is coming out is when Holman and Buckley interview. Is it Holman and Buckley or Holman and Rosenberg? Fuck me. It's Holman's interview either way. Holman interviews Turco, I believe on September 19th, but contacted him on September 17th or something, somewhere right there, right next to that.
He says something at the beginning of the interview like that they've been trying to get together for like 3 weeks.
Yes, this is how we know that Nick lied in the email where he's like, we're never going to be able to find him. It's like, Holman already did. What the fuck are you talking about? And the entire internet's already found him. I'm not sure that I need to read too much more of this because this guy just gives me a headache. But I mean, at this point, I'm telling you, like, I don't. If he's doing anything from just old Germanic value, I just don't even know if it matters. He would have to take some of the modern stuff into it for it to make any sense, because that's what these idiots use. Whether they committed the crime or not, it's still what these idiots use. Uh-oh. I lost her. Oh, God, CH. That sucks. I lost her. She's like, I do not want to fucking listen to anything Turco related anymore. If you're going to continue down this path, Teresa, I'm going to fucking leave. This is just all the charts from like the fucking internet. So this is what he's shown. There she is.
So annoying. I don't know why I keep getting booted.
I said you bounced because you didn't want to talk about Turco anymore, and you're like, if you continue down this path of talking about Turco, then I'm done with you, and I'm leaving.
No, I definitely don't want to talk about him anymore because I think
No,
he's
I'm
a
done.
fucking loser. But
I'm done.
that's like the second or third time I've gotten the boot.
I'll always put this in the chat, so anybody who wants to actually go through and like try to read it or make sense of it. I mean, really, his only writings are on a couple pages.
He's a weasel.
Yeah.
Major letdown, weasel.
He wants to know what kind of tree it was found on, because that would be significant. And that's the other big point I took away from this report.
But why would it be significant if it's not runes?
If Norse inspiration is suspected, the type of tree on which this was found could be significant, as certain trees were considered sacred to certain gods, oak and yew in particular.
Okay. So what would his opinion be if it was an oak tree?
He mentioned he doesn't know anything about Odin, but here he is talking about Odin's horse. Yeah.
I can't.
No shit. Turco did not testify. Turco, they never got to bring in any third party at anything. So, and I think everybody was just fed up with the fact that he was trying to backtrack on everything he said. And then he gave everybody a headache. And I think everybody was just like, fuck that guy. And they went and got Perlmutter instead, who was more knowledgeable on that side of the more modern views of Norse paganism, or rituals, sacrifices, things along those lines. Mm-hmm. Although I for clarification purposes, I do not think this was a human sacrifice. Nobody testified about the amount of blood that Abby was gone from Abby, and that was my big determiner on this whole sacrifice thing. The only thing that really still gets me is Librato in that interview talking about that one was sacrificed. Like, why did he also believe that? but the public has never been given enough information, in my opinion, to say that this was a sacrifice. Or
Well, I think he said exactly. He said one was killed and the other was sacrificed.
right.
So,
What evidence makes him think that?
so let's say he was going off of Murphy's theory that one was killed for making fun of whatever, and that the other was sacrificed. It doesn't necessarily have to be like.
Well, that wouldn't be sacrifice. They'd both just be killed. One's a witness and one's for making fun of it.
Yeah, but if you killed one in anger, but really didn't want to kill the other one,
I don't know if I'd call that a sacrifice still.
could you then, if you're in this magical thinking or whatever, could you then say, well, if I like offer this one as, because you sacrifice things that are valuable, right? Otherwise it's not really a sacrifice. Like for Lent, if you give up something that you don't even like for Lent, it really doesn't mean anything. You have to give up something that you actually like. So
They call it a sacrifice for Lent?
well, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. It's midnight, so I'm not
I
entirely
know.
sure.
Like my head hurts at this point too. So
You know.
yeah, I would like to see the entire 80 some pages of the actual like Murphy report.
I want
Or
to see
clicks report.
Exactly. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Could this be not be Odenism at all? I think the whole thing that, from my understanding of anybody that is into more of the people will make fun of it, the magical thinking, I guess, if you will, is that it has something to do with like occult. Like that's the kind of the general consensus, whether it comes to Norse paganism, Odinism, something along those lines. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I have an answer for that, but I do remember when the crime scene photos were leaked, a friend of mine had sent them to a Wiccan friend, and that Wiccan friend like lost their shit and was like, "Do not ever send me that again. Like, don't send me something like that. Like that is, it's just like
Why?
because of what they believed it meant."
Huh.
So, right. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. But then remember, like, Holder was talking about his friend, was it Terry? Shit. That from that 30-minute video where she was Wiccan and she was the one that was doing he's like, I don't know what she's doing out there. I mean, I don't know. You get all these different people together.
Oh, yeah.
Like, are we like having some like merging of different things happening? I don't know. Like I've always been of the belief that whatever the sticks and the stuff on the tree, whatever it is, meant something to the person that put it there. That's all I can say. What does it actually mean? Is it Norse pagan? Is it? And I don't know. My belief 1000% is it was meant. The person who put it there knows exactly why they put it there and what it meant to them. I don't necessarily. I've always kind of gone with, if it is something with Odinism or Norse paganism or whatever you want to put it, it's the people who did it who happen to also be that, versus they did it because they're that. If that makes sense. That's just always kind of been my theory. Like I think it's intentional. I think it means something. The horn guy probably knows. You're probably right. Something intertwined, more like than one religious belief to all this. Very possible. I don't know. I just know it's intentional. That's my only thing I can tell you is it's intentional. These are not just thrown there. They're not to cover. They're not to hide the bodies. It's not to cover the bodies. I mean, that's just silly at this point. It doesn't hide the bodies from anybody. You can, if you've seen the crime scene photos, you can clearly see the bodies. You can clearly see the girls. You can clearly see who the girls are. You're not even hiding who they are. Like, there's nothing being hidden. I mean, And the only thing, if you wanted to say something was hidden, it would be the shoe and the phone. And then if you want to say something is hidden by the sticks, it would, the only thing you could even possibly come up with would be the wounds on the neck. And then they still have to cover all kinds of other parts because they put other kinds of sticks there. So it still wouldn't make any sense to me. But, uh-oh, YouTube crashed. That's okay. We're getting off anyway. My witch friends also said that women are the ones in Norse practicing the magic, though, not the men. Oh, that's interesting, too. That might be why you're getting kicked off, too. Oh, that's StreamYard. I don't know. We're going to wrap it up anyway. It's midnight for Sleuthy. I'm done. This guy's giving me a headache. I don't know what we were thinking, adding him to two very simple depos, because he's an idiot. But neither one of us had read it first, so.
Yeah. He was exhausting.
Lesson learned. Yeah. That one was on it should have been on its own, because that was too much. He was a headache.
I think I'm going to have to read ahead.
God. At least figure out which ones are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
All right. Love you, Sleuthy. Thank you.
I love you. Let's go to bed.
All right, guys. I know you guys have had 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and you have chosen to spend your time here with us, and we love you for it. Thank you, as always, so much for all of your love and all of your support. We will be back mañana. We'll figure out a time, and then we're going to hit Nikki Robertson, Dr. Ryan Winters, and I think he's a trooper.
Trooper Ryan Winters,
Trooper
Dr.
Ryan
Eric
Winters,
Warren.
Dr. Eric Warren. Don't quote me on anything. I'm just done. My head hurts somehow. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you